Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, July 26. I'm Councillor Pettingill, Acting Mayor, and chairing the Committee of the Whole meeting. Alan Squallen Quistilicknamat Tla Squamish Ochmeo. Welcome to the Squamish Nation unceded and traditional territory. I'd like to have a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Herford, Councillor French seconds. Anyone opposed? No one opposes. The first item is the BC Transit 3-year Transit Expansion Initiative. We are running a bit behind and have a massive agenda, so there's a lot of bonus points available for efficiency for presenters and council and questions and so on. So keep that in mind. I'll be keeping track, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Gunn, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Dora Gunn, a transportation planner with the District of Squamish. With me today, we have two staff from BC Transit, Rob Ringma, the Senior Manager of Government Relations, and Bronson Bullivant, a Senior Transit Planner, and I'll hand it over to them to start the presentation.
Thank you, Dora. I'm going to start so we can go right to the agenda because now you've met us. Bronson's been in town the last couple of days and was able to get up to Alice Lake and do some hiking. Me instead, I was just at Fox and Oak eating donuts. So he's made me feel bad about myself this morning. What we'll do while they're just getting the presentation up, we're going to share some quick ridership stats. Then we are going to discuss the 3-year transit MOU. Then Bronson's going to go specifically through the year 1 expansion initiative for next fiscal. Oh, there you go.
We're getting there.
Perfect. Excellent.
Sure. He's better than I. So Gary's lost a few points.
Yeah, I know. We're trying our best here. All right. Next slide, please, Dora. Perfect. Yes. So then we'll talk a little bit, kind of went through the first pieces. Then Dora will speak a little bit to the budget implications, and then we'll talk a little bit about free transit on election day. Next slide, please. So this is just a ridership update for the province. The middle orange line is 2022. What you basically see is we have seen steady, slow and steady kind of progression from the lows post-pandemic. And actually last week, as a province, we hit 79% ridership recovery, which is actually the highest ridership recovery that we've had since the start of the pandemic. So we're definitely seeing kind of that slow and steady growth for transit. I'm definitely thinking, and we think provincially, that the fuel prices and the cost of vehicle ownership is obviously giving us a little bit more tailwinds. And then Bronson's just going to speak a little bit to local transit ridership here in Squamish.
Yeah, so I get to talk about a little bit of a better news story here. Last week, which was July 19th, we saw a weak recovery from 2019 at 111%, trending upwards of what we saw in 2019, starting from June 20th, as seen as the orange line there. We can probably attribute this to the fact that all service is free right now, but there are some interesting trends we see throughout the day, which we'll get to in a second. Route by route, this is ridership productivity, so rides per service hour. Both the Route 1 as well as the Route 3 and Route 5 to a certain degree have all increased from 2019 levels. The Route 4 also has seen a little bit of an increase, whereas the Route 2 hasn't necessarily jumped up over, but it's very close. Lastly, Route 9 is just a little bit lower than what we saw in 2019. And that's probably because of the fact that school hasn't started yet, but all in all, we're seeing a lot of good growth throughout the system, and it'll be really interesting to see how this changes after we get to fall. Next slide. So in terms of the temporal change throughout the day, we just see here 6 a.m. to just after midnight at 1 a.m. The most interesting trend here, the orange line shows us a peak in the middle of the day around noon, where we didn't typically see that trend. It is exaggerated because ridership is up overall, but that trend we see in the middle is typically riders that don't usually use the bus are using the bus more. It's going to be interesting to see again as we get into September whether or not that peak continues, but it is a trend we've seen throughout COVID, so it'll something that we'll be continuously monitoring.
All right, we're getting it figured out. This council did approve your Transit Future Action Plan, 2022 Transit Future Action Plan. That's a 5-year planning document that then we translate down to our 3-year transit expansion memorandum of understanding. And why we do that is to basically lay out for council what the next 3 years worth of actual initiatives that we're going to plan to implement are, and cost those out so the council has a good understanding of what the costs are in order to implement those initiatives. So we'll go through those here today. When council approves that MOU, what that allows us to do from BC Transit perspective is then sum up those expansion requests across the province into our overall service plan that we then submit to the province for our budget. And then once that budget is approved next March, February, March, then we know if we have the matching funding from the province to support those initiatives. So I'm just going to go through kind of the next 3 years of initiatives here. Thank you. So for year one, Bronson is going to go through this one in a little bit more detail, just because this is year one. As you, any of the councillors that have gone through this process before, year one is a little bit more strict and rigid than years 2 and 3, just because of budgetary approvals, as well as any fleet that are required. We need to procure the vehicles. Years 2 and 3, we can still adjust and work with those next year as we bring this back to council next year. So for year one, what we're looking at is adding additional frequency to the Route 1 and Route 2. This would actually get us to 15-minute frequency in the peaks. And then we've also put in there a potential for seasonal service to the Oceanfront Park development, obviously dependent on that being fully built out, but we could provide seasonal service very similar to the number 5 South Parks that we currently provide in the summer. Sorry, and just one, I'll just add, oh, sorry, Dora, I'll go back. That does come with 3 vehicles. We do need 2 of those vehicles to provide the additional peak service, peak level frequency that we want to provide. And we're hitting a threshold in our buses where this pushes us into needing another spare bus that we use when other buses are getting maintained or off the road for any repairs. So year 2, in year 2, we would introduce service to Alice Lake and Britannia Beach. There's obviously some discussions that need to take place with staff and BC Parks, as well as the Squamish Lillooet Regional District. That would really just be to look to see if there's any other funding opportunities, agreements that can be made to help offset some of the costs you see there under the estimated annual net municipal share of costs. But this would see us introduce that new service to Alice Lake and Britannia Beach, and we'd be able to take some hours as well to make improvements on weekend improvements on routes 1, 2, and 3. And finally, for year 3, this would be, this is, I know we had a lot of discussion about this during the Transit Future Action Plan, but this would be the 5,000 hours that would really push us forward towards fully flushing out and developing the new frequent transit network. That would see us working to build that network based on the findings in the corridor study. We would increase routes across all routes 1, 2, 3, and 9. In addition, we would be looking to create new routes from Garibaldi Exchange to downtown, to Brackendale, as well as to Highlands. So there is a infrastructure component that would probably be tied to this transit expansion. That's why it is year 3, where we need to look to make some investments and improvements to the Garibaldi Exchange. And I'll turn it over to Bronson to talk a little bit more about year 1.
Thanks, Rob. What we're looking at here on the graph is the temporal ridership throughout the day for just routes 1 and routes 2. As I said before, we're focusing on improving the frequency during the peak times on those 2 routes. Essentially 10 additional trips will be allocated throughout the week, focusing on those key trip times. And now, as we see in this graph, the key trip times might be shifting a little bit. We do still have time to decide specifically when those trip times will be, and that will be followed up with an implementation plan, which will specify specifically how we're utilizing those trips. So that will be coming in the future. This is just signing off on that specific number of trips. Typically, we would focus on kind of the morning peak and afternoon peak, but that trend might be changing in Squamish. Additionally, this will, as Rob already said, it will require 2 buses to facilitate that peak service with the additional 1 bus as a spare. So that's happening in September. Happening in June will be potentially an expansion of the Three Valley Cliff to the oceanfront development. The specific time period will be determined by staff, and when we come to the conclusion of when specifically we want to make that happen, we will implement it. We're looking at between 4 and 8 trips per day, depending on when the month span will be. If the park isn't open in time, the introduction of the service can be delayed, or the hours can be utilized elsewhere in the system, but that decision would come back to council before the final decision. Because it is an hour-only expansion, we're not tied to specifically how those hours are utilized. I'll pass it back over to Dora.
Thanks. So the budget implications of the expansions, the MOU doesn't commit the district to the budget that's required. That happens through the municipal budget process. So it'll be included in the budget coming to council in the fall. And the same for the provincial side of the funding. It goes through their provincial budget process. To give an idea of the scale of the expansions, the 2022-23 annual operating agreement has a net operating cost of 1.57 million. So that's our current cost. And the increase for all 3 years of this expansion together are 1.26 million. So that's a substantial increase. Thinking back to the Transit Future Action Plan, we've already implemented 1 year. So 1 year of Transit Future Action Plan is included in that 1.57 million number. And then these 3 years are really the bulk of the big changes that we have in the Transit Future Action Plan. Anything afterwards is much smaller in scope. And then lastly, I wanted to mention that staff will be bringing a discussion about opportunities to direct transit operating funds, if they don't get used, back into the same budget at a different time. So this could apply to expansions that don't receive provincial approval, expansions that are delayed, or funds that are unspent due to a service disruption. So it will need a council decision to set something like this up, but it is theoretically possible. And then moving on to the second item, small topic. So the district has the opportunity to provide free transit on municipal election day. It would support voters to get to the polling stations. It's really easy to implement. Communications can be provided by BC Transit. It has been provided for previous elections, and the impact on the budget is minimal. It only impacts the fare box revenue, not the passes or 10 tickets. And because we have the 50% off promotion already, the amount of revenue anticipated to be lost is $160, which can be accommodated in the existing budget. And that's it for our presentation.
Great, thank you. I'll go to Mayor Elliott.
Can I just ask about that peak that you're seeing in midday? Because it looks like from the chart that was already there in 2019, and it's a peak that we've had consistently despite the pandemic. And so when we talk about peak times in Squamish, we don't really see the traditional morning and afternoon peak. We see like a slow rise and then fall.
Thank you, Mayor. It's true that there is a slow rise, but as you can see kind of at the dark blue line, which was a trend we started to see more, and we trusted more because that's what happened in theoretically the whole year. There was that typical peak in around the 8 a.m. period. We didn't see that in 2019, but that started to change through 2021 when we had a full year of ridership. So that's kind of what we expected would happen. That's why the big change in the orange flux in the middle was a little surprising. At the same time, this is only based off of 5 weeks of ridership, so we expected to change. I just want to bring it up as something that we've clearly noticed, and we want to make sure we tracked it as we go through evaluating ridership through the fall.
Okay. The trip time on Route 3, if we extend a bus down to the oceanfront, what does it do to the trip times on Route 3?
Through the chair, it shouldn't impact the trip times too much. There is, so when a trip operates, the specific trip will add about 5 to 6 minutes. We still have to flush out specifically how long it will take based on how it interlines with other routes, because the 3 is heavily interlined, which means it connects to other buses when one of the trips is finished. But theoretically, the trip headways won't be too much different than they are now, as we can plan and include that. And that's been included in the budget, but included in the scheduling as we go through that process. So it shouldn't affect it too much, if at all.
Okay. Can you remind me in the Transit Future Action Plan why we're prioritizing Britannia Beach in year 2 of this MOU?
Through the chair, this was something that was brought up previously in a few iterations of meetings ago in regards to bumping up the additional service to Britannia Beach when we didn't have an option to provide service there. In the last meeting that we had in regards to conversing about the Transit Future Action Plan, there was the same comment came up of why we're having it in the second year. We want to include it in this year because we aren't tied to that specific expansion. And when next year comes around in terms of signing off on that first year, we can push it back again. We just wanted to show that we're committed to heavily investing in transit. Being at 3,500 hours in one bus is a significant investment, and we can either keep it in that place if we are able to provide service there or allocate another priority from a year further.
Can I do comments? For me, SLRD hasn't asked for this service. I haven't seen a letter to council saying, please expand service to this area. Their major development is only at first reading. So I don't think the density is there to justify 3,500 hours in our second year. So I'd rather use that because to me, the Transit Future Action Plan says that people want frequency and reliability. And I'd rather see that come into increasing our frequency on our traditional routes than putting 3,500 hours towards something that's not in the district. So I can see the benefit eventually because potentially we can also stop at Murin Park. But I don't see the urgency to get to Britannia Beach in our second year. I'd rather focus on our own system for the time being. And then I wanted to ask Mr. Buxton about our parking strategy and where that's at, and if we'll be ready to implement paid parking at any point in this 3-year MOU period.
Possibly, yes. To start the paid parking program in 2024. Possibly, yes, depending on budget.
All right, thanks. I don't see how we continue to pay for all of this expansion without starting to find a different way to pay for it. And I think putting in paid parking at Darrow Bay and the Adventure Center and starting with our tourism assets so that we are making money off the people coming here would be a helpful start, and then rolling it out across the district. But I think that's something that council needs to consider, is that we want to basically double transit service in the next 5 years. There's no way we can do that on tax dollars alone, in my opinion, given all the other pressures on our budget. So I think we need to be in a position to figure out paid parking in the 2023 timeframe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. When the additional frequency on Route 1 and Route 2 came to us last year, it only required the 2 vehicles and it didn't require the third. And so I'm just curious why that has changed.
Through the chair, it's a good question. So the process that we go through with planning expansions is I will tell our fleet team specifically how many vehicles we need for peak expansions, and they'll come back to us and tell us that after those 2 vehicles are added, whether or not the spare ratio changes. So that's through what we call the TIPS process, or Transit Improvement Program process. So every year it's cyclical, and we will say we need this many buses for peak, and they will either say, okay, that sounds good, or you need additional buses based on, there's certain categories based on how many vehicles you have, the spare vehicles you need. So they came back to us and said, oh, wait, you need an additional bus, and that's why that additional bus was added in.
And then I also noted that both in the Transit Future Action Plan and in this 3-year prioritization, there's no mention of improvements to the Handy Dart service. And are we just assuming that that is good to go for the time being?
Yeah, through the chair, I think Handy Dart, as Bronson explained during the Transit Future Action Plan process, that's focused on a conventional system. We rely on our operations team to work with our current contracted operator to look at the opportunities from a Handy Dart perspective. The general move, Councillor, is to continue to look at improving service span to align more to conventional transit. That's not currently outlined in year one for this year, but we are working with our operations team to see what handy dart improvements we can make to help get greater alignment towards our conventional transit system. That's kind of the standard with the American Disability Association is to really look at your custom systems and try to move them continually more towards alignment with your conventional transit system. So service days and service span, so hours provided during the day. And yes, we have some opportunities there to improve.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then lastly, in the Transit Future Action Plan on the kind of shorter time frame, there was the investigation of on demand. And so just curious where that fits in.
Through the chair, thank you for bringing that up. I forgot to mention that. That is a project I will be working on throughout the rest of the summer. We're calling it the South Squamish study, which is going to evaluate options for on-demand service, digital on-demand service, or something else that might be pertinent to the area. Yeah.
So if we find something that might work and we want to actually implement it, how does that get incorporated into the 3-year MOU?
Through the chair, there will not, due to the fact that the study will be completed, I could estimate in the fall at some point, there wouldn't be enough time to appropriately allocate hours and buses if required in the 2023 year. So we can include it in the following year, year one. So that's something that we could utilize those Britannia Beach hours for. Other hours, we could add more hours in. And just to note that Britannia Beach service could also support providing service to South Squamish if, in fact, on-demand service doesn't make sense for that area.
Okay, thank you. That was it for my questions. In terms of comments, I am excited to see that we're going to get to 15 minutes in peak times for Route 1 and 2. I think that's a huge win. I agree with the mayor's comments that for what is currently outlined in year 2 are not priorities from my perspective, unless they come with partnership agreements that will cover the cost of that. And so, but there's still that limitation in the number of buses that we can have in our system, given our lack of being able to store buses and actually have a facility for them. So if that's going to be the tension point, then I still want to focus on our core system. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands, so I'm going to take a turn just with some comments. Reinforce what some of my colleagues have said, where Britannia is not a priority for me without some partnership with the SLRD. I think Alice Lake, I think the province should come to the table, but I am prepared to move forward without that. I think we've talked about this because I see it as a gateway to get our local citizens engaged in transit, and so that service is worthwhile. But the Britannia one, not so much. Glad to hear that it might provide some solutions for on-demand, and I hope we previously had discussions about making sure we were talking to Squamish Nation and Totem Hall and the other services that are provided there, and so I'm hopeful maybe some of those Britannia hours, maybe that's where we can look at opportunities there. And I am really interested to think more about year-round free. I'm sort of looking at these charts and it's really quite exciting, and sort of wonder how much further we could drive that. I know we've had discussions in the past, but I'd like to look at that again. I'm also really interested to see what the numbers look like in September. You know, I can imagine that the charts just go up and up and up, and hopefully we'll see that. So hold my comments there. Anyone else? Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'll just touch on the Britannia piece. I agree with the mood in the room on this one. I think I do think it's important that as more density is considered there, that it's supported with transit, and they're not going to run their own transit, so it makes sense that we're part of that solution. So there's so those folks there will have access to transit. So I think the timing's not quite right for that, but it is something that should happen in the future. And of course, for that to happen, there needs to be other pieces. SLRD needs to come to the table for that. That said, we have had heard from our friends at Squamish Nation around access to further out to Chikai, to Totem Hall to be better service. So I think having those hours in our system could be beneficial, and we will find a home for them. But at some point, getting into Britannia will be a higher priority, but I think it's a bit early at this point. Yeah, I'll leave it there for now. So thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Anderson and then Mayor Elliott.
Yes, a couple of my colleagues have mentioned that emphasized the need to improve our core network service, and I would agree. With respect to Britannia and Alice Lake, I'll just quote from the report, the 3-year MOU is developed and signed annually, so there's flexibility in years 2 and 3. I appreciate that because I would like to revisit not only Britannia, monitor that situation, how it evolves, on-demand might play in, but also Alice Lake. I would like to understand better the service delivery options. We have had the private sector come forward to examine possibility of offering service to Alice Lake. What are our specific needs with respect to clientele and specific goals in an Alice Lake program? And service delivery partners in addition to BC Parks. Thank you.
I'll go to Mayor Elliott and then Councillor French.
One of the questions I had was, can we build flexibility into our MOU so that when we have special events like Logger Sports or Constellation Festival, that we can add extra trips around the beginning and ending of those events? How is that managed in other communities?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair. Yes, we do. I'll use the example of the Abbotsford Air Show. Abbotsford and Citrus Fraser Valley puts a set number of hours into what we call extra hours. So they know those hours are there. They know they're going to pay for those hours, and then they're specifically used for the Abbotsford Air Show and providing a shuttle to that event. We could do very similar work here. What we would need to know from the city is, from the district, is what those initiatives would be. We could try to work out what a set number of hours we need to allocate to be able to achieve the level of service that you want for those events. And then we would put those into your budget. You would pay for those, and then we would work with the operating company to provide that additional service. So it has been done very similar in other communities.
Ms. Gunn, I'm not hearing a lot of support for Britannia Beach for year 2. And so do you want a motion to that effect that we want to take it out, or do you just want to make the change or bring back the change?
Through the chair, I think we could probably leave it as it is for now, with the knowledge that we'll be doing the South Squamish study, which will consider Britannia as well. And there's also a whole conversation needed with SLRD. So the Britannia is essentially like a placeholder for an amount, and then we'll make sure to get the work done that we need to get done. And then we'll be coming back to council for another conversation before there's any sign off on that year. So I think it's actually okay to leave it as it is, or, I mean, the wording could be changed slightly.
I'm a bit uncomfortable with that because these 7 people might not be sitting here. And so you lose the context of what we wanted in the MOU for year 2. So I'm just trying to figure out, and the next council could throw out our ideas for year 2 and do their own thing. But I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable just leaving I would rather strike Britannia Beach and leave 3,500 hours in there to be determined.
Could we call it Britannia / South Squamish? It's all kind of south.
I don't know, because I kind of want to use it for potentially the on-call demand for South Squamish and special events and frequency on our core network. Like, I would just like to reserve 3,500 hours to be determined.
Bronson and I could both probably chime in. We can make adjustments to year 2. That's not a problem. Again, as explained before, year 1 is where we definitely want to make sure that we have things a little bit more flushed out. I think we can work with staff to figure out what the language would look like that would leave the flexibility that you're looking for. Bronson, I don't know if you have any other comments there.
Yeah, we could totally change the language within that specific line item. We just want to ensure that we are clear with how we want to utilize the hours from a perspective of, we don't want to be too vague. If we're too vague, and as we go through the process of determining if for whatever reason there is an issue from the province for funding, we want to ensure that when we go through analyzing this specific expansion over all other expansions that are happening in the province, we're specific enough that it's telling the story that this is one of the top priorities across the province, rather than saying these hours exist to make improvements. I would like to be a little more specific with, we can look at on-demand options, we can look at South Squamish. We could leave out the the wording Britannia Beach, because South Squamish does include that. Would that satisfy the question being asked?
Yeah, I think for me, it's South Squamish and off-peak frequency improvements. Ms.
Ms. Glendy?
Thank you through the chair. To make it more specific, council could amend the motion that's in the agenda to include that wording.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor French and Councillor Race, and then maybe we'll have an amended motion come forward. Councillor French?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to add my voice to the move away from Britannia and also voice support for free service around special events like elections, lager sports, and the idea of having the service free across the board all the time is rather frightening. I'd rather have people get some skin in the game and have value and see value in the system, but still give us the flexibility to have free service for special events.
Councillor Race and then Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, speaking to the Britannia issue, from my mind, I mean, there's construction going on there right now. We drive by the highway. That's about I'm going by memory, about a 75 unit townhouse development, plus a reorganization of their commercial area. From my perspective, the need and the use of going to Britannia really doesn't arise with that development by itself and the existing thing. I don't think that development is enough to justify that kind of commitment. For me, it is the other two big developments, which are just in the regulatory process right now. They haven't even thought of construction yet. And so certainly not going to happen by year 2 and year 3 maybe. And so I would put it off. I mean, the idea of having that service without SLRD participation is just a non-starter. I mean, there's no question about that. But I think from my perspective, it's really servicing Furry Creek and the Menotti Bay development, which is much larger, which we can keep track of quite easily, but they're a fair ways away.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you, through the chair. I'm pretty sure I asked this during the Transit Future Action Plan discussion, but what's the limitation to the expansion proposed in 25-26, doing that in year 2 as opposed to year 3?
Through the chair, there's quite a lot of work required for us to get that ready to go, including setting up the Garibaldi Village Exchange. We couldn't do it earlier than where it currently sits in the MOU.
Mayor Elliott?
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, but with an amendment on the first that statement, so that the District of Squamish authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to sign the 3-year transit expansion initiatives memorandum of understanding with British Columbia Transit, amending year 2 to reflect 3,500 service hours to South Squamish, oceanfront, and off-peak frequency improvements.
Is there someone willing to second? Councillor Race seconds. Yeah. Please go ahead, Mayor Elliott.
I think I've said my piece, but I did add oceanfront in there because right now we're just contemplating a seasonal use. I think that park will be used year round. And so I think we need to contemplate how we continue to service that.
Okay, Councillor Stoner?
I will support this because I think the language is more in line with the conversation we've had today in terms of priorities for year 2. But I also hope that whoever is around this table when it's reviewed at that time will also consider where we're at with paid parking, the cost of this. And so, as I mentioned earlier, I'd be willing to entertain these if they came with partnership agreements and there was money on the table. But I'm hesitant to just necessarily say that we're going to add 3,500 hours to our core system without having a better understanding of what the direct cost is. So total support for this time because I think it's more in line with our priorities for year 2. And we'll have a chance to review it at a subsequent year when it comes to budget. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the wording and the direction we're taking here now. I like the addition of the ocean front. We are going to start having residents down there. And I think this, with the draw of the park, I think it's a great opportunity to provide service before the demand is there from the residents to bake in this use. It's a convenient and reliable way to move about our community, which rather than focusing on that sort of mode shift, just arriving somewhere new and it's a service that's provided. So I think it's an interesting opportunity. And I'm excited to see the improvement to the frequency in the network and the rest of the improvements coming online. So thank you so much for the work.
Just add my 2 cents before calling the vote. I think the amendment adds, the amended motion adds some good clarity to our intent. Very pleased with the success we've had in returning after COVID and the work being done. It comes with quite a price tag, but we know this is critical and it has so many benefits. So I'm glad to see that we're pressing so hard on this and look forward to these improvements, and also understand that we do have some flexibility in years 2 and 3 to fine tune this. But I think the clarity and direction is useful. So I'll support this and I will call a question. Anyone opposed? Not seeing anyone opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. So with that, we are going to recess until. Oh, sorry. We're not. Yeah. Okay, I thought we were doing them together. Okay, so on the second resolution, then election day free transit, Councillor French moves, Councillor Herford seconds. Any discussion? Councillor French.
Yeah, I just think that this is an important barrier removed for access to the polling stations and encouraging participation in democracy.
Okay, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? No one's opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. And now I will recess until 1 o'clock. We have delegations, so I don't want to push the lunch long. So see everyone back here at 1 o'clock. And thank you for coming and presenting. All right, welcome back, everyone. First on the agenda this afternoon is Ms. Simons from House on Biosphere Region Initiative Society. Ruth, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to help answer questions following my correspondence to Council, requesting 3 things, and this is all related to ongoing sustainability of the Howe Sound Community Forum, of which the District of Squamish have been a part of and founding or signers onto the Principles for Cooperation back in the year 2000. So it's and most of you here have attended, being really terrific at attending the Howe Sound Community Forums happening twice a year around the region, particularly the last 8 years that I've been coordinating those forums. So over the course of since 22 years, since the Principles for Cooperation were first created by local government with the help of Metro Vancouver and Islands Trust, there has been a revision of the wording to update it in 2014. And then we tried again in 2017 to address, sort of modernize the wording to be more respectful around First Nations. And so one of the requests today is to support the changes that would then incorporate that acknowledgement of First Nations more appropriately, as well as to recognize the role of the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative as the conveners of the Howe Sound Community Forum. So my role, I'm the president, the lead of the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative, but we are a nonprofit society. And this is just really recognizing the role that I have been in, and that this would help to ensure that the forums continue to be well attended and to be forum for elected officials going forward. So that's one of the asks, is to the track changes were here and for you to see what are those changes. And the next one is to again offer to host Howe Sound Community Forum, as District of Squamish has done that in the past. The intention is always that local governments take turns, so the next turn would be in 2025. And so that in the past, there's been a budget request of up to 3,000, and that's increased to 4,500 going forward. And then it was recommended at the last forum that with a memorandum of understanding with the Howe Sound Biosphere Regional Initiative Society be drafted, which could address different ways in which local governments can support the Biosphere Initiative Society, as we are responsible for the UNESCO designation. So there's no, none of it is binding. There's an appendix attached which is addressing a number of the questions and ideas that came up at the last forum to explain the different ways in which local government may choose to support above and beyond the hosting of a Howe Sound Community Forum. So one of those suggestions is, as we might do now, which would be to apply for a grant, or if the local government wishes to build in into its annual budget, that would all be very welcome. So those are the three asks, and we're asking that the local government send us just a letter of indication to the commitment to the principles for cooperation and to ongoing participation.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks so much for being here, Ruth, and for bringing this really important work forward. I'm curious about kind of ongoing funding to support this work. And I know previous projects through the Howe Sound Biosphere, through the Howe Sound Biosphere project and the forum have kind of been funded on a per capita basis for the municipalities and regional districts around the board. Is that still considered kind of the proposal moving forward, or is it a one-off by municipality?
This particular ask is not a per capita ask. The consistent ask to all the local governments is to budget to host a community forum for up to $4,500. The Marine Reference Guide, which is now the Marine Stewardship Initiative, was a per capita because that helped with the capital to actually get the project and now to maintain that tool. We, as a nonprofit society responsible for the UNESCO management plan, we are looking at sources of funding, all different sources of funding. So whilst we would welcome the consistent commitment of local governments, we're not putting that forward as a condition of how our relationship is structured, because we're quite realistic, and there may be other asks that are something, again, that would be, come to councils either from ourselves or from another partner that could be asking for a structure like that.
Mayor Elliott.
Through the chair, so in 2022 and 2023, we had a line item in our budget for the Howe Sound Community Forum and Ocean Watch Task Force of $4,000. So that is funding contribution towards administration of the biennial Howe Sound Community Forum. So I think that's us saving money over time so we can host in 2025. And then our work towards the Ocean Watch Task Force Marine Reference Guide. I think that's right, but is there anyone else who remembers if the 4,000 is divided in such a way that we are saving for our commitment to host Howe Sound?
Mr. Buxton.
Sorry, yes, my understanding is that we continue to have a line item in the annual budget to help with the ongoing administration and support generally of this initiative. And we've also put a separate amount in the 2025 budget in the 5-year financial plan to host the forum. So we are budgeted to continue working on this.
And Ruth, I'm wondering if you can give an update on where the House on Biosphere Region Initiative is at in its development. That would be helpful.
Thank you for the question. Since our designation in September, our next task was to create a management plan, which we're calling the Nuchipmut Unity Plan, which is a consensus-based approach to looking at really what are our objectives and priority projects over the next 10 years, because UNESCO status has to be maintained for the long term, and you go through a periodic review every 10 years. So you have to demonstrate that we're moving towards the objectives of the framework of a biosphere. So we have the Nuchipmut Unity Plan discussion paper out right now. We're in the process of formulating a roundtable, which would be multi-sector representatives that would come around the table and help guide our progress. In addition to that, we have numerous projects that we're collaborating on with our other community partners on biodiversity conservation. So we have some monitoring projects that are going on. We have a focus on conserved managed areas. So we're just in the process of planning for 4 years of projects right now. But we do have a relationship with Kaplan University. So we've been partnering with the university in order to help build capacity and bring capacity into the region. At the same time, building that or meeting our objective of having more people connect to nature through field schools and getting the instructors more connected with community organizations in the region so that there can be more continuity of understanding and learning about this area. So.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Race.
Thank you. It was just on the funding, and I'm not on the action committee at the moment, but the monies that we have paid, the district has paid in the past, were based on projects. And the Marine Reference Guide was one of them. It was a total cost budgeted at $600,000 over 3 years. And the local government share of that was 10%, $20,000 per year. And it was done on a per capita basis, and Squamish's share in round numbers came out to just under $5,000, which gives you a sense of where the population responsibilities would lie. When I left the action committee, I know there is talk, and it may evolve into that. I don't want to speak for the group now, of course, but my view is that it may evolve into an annual subsidy to sustain the reserve or to contribute to the reserve activities. It's not there yet, perhaps, but I think it's something as a community we should be prepared to look forward to. In addition, there may be individual projects such as a reference guide or updates of a reference guide that may come along for specific funding. And I think as a council going forward, we just want to be aware of that. The actual hosting is typically on 100% of the hosting costs once every few years. So that's our responsibility.
Councillor Anderson.
Ms. Simons, under Section 7 of the Memorandum of Understanding, there is what we've just been discussing, the long-term sustainable funding. And there's opportunities listed. And this list derives from the workshop that we had at our last convening. And they include commercial filming permits, creating a nature tax or a service area tax. May I just suggest that maybe the next step is a fuller description of what these concepts are and how they might be implemented. That might be useful for the next forum, or I just put that on the table that I would like to know more about how they work and other examples of it. The other thing, if I may, Chair, bring up another point. Ms. Simons, I've seen the reference in social media posts by the House on Biosphere Region of the shoreline cleanup taking place in Lions Bay. I'm aware of 2 organizations that are interested to sponsor shoreline cleanups, perhaps this September or October. Might they be encouraged to affiliate their projects with the House on Biosphere Region? I'm not sure that they've thought of this, but what would be the protocol? Branding, obviously, and promotion. but these are traditionally, the Squamish Terminals event has been fairly large scale, and there's another one that has come and gone too that may resurface. It's just a suggestion, perhaps, that these such events could be encouraged to be part of a program, if you like, and come under the banner of the Biosphere region. Thank you.
Ms. Simons, did you want to follow up?
Yeah, thank you for noticing and following us on social media, and also for the suggestion. And in our conversations with various industry commercial partners, these opportunities are discussed. And certainly with Squamish Terminals, when we last had the conversation, there was that recommendation that we participate in some way with them. So yeah, just really welcome those conversations and opportunities for sure. One of our, if I may just say that, one of our objectives is promoting the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And so any conversations we have with organizations that's their interest is on how we can showcase best practices. So when developers or commercial operators have examples of how they're giving back to the community and the environment, then we really welcome being in part of those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Elliott?
I'm just wondering if our communications department is aware that they can use the Biosphere Region Initiative as part of our branding.
Ms. Arthurs?
We can absolutely make them aware if they're not already.
One of the things about being designated as part of a biosphere region is the opportunity to collaborate and also benefit as a community from research and projects that happen under the umbrella of that initiative. And so I think we have already set aside our sustaining funds for the Ocean Watch and Howe Sound Forum. But I think the thing that I'd love to do is actually refer the MOU to staff and bring forward staff feedback on how we might support the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative on an ongoing basis. And there's ideas in Appendix A, as Ms. Simons pointed out, but there may be other ways in which our staff see an opportunity not only to support the branding and make ourselves known as being part of the initiative, but looking at potentially ways to sustain this over time. I think there are ways that we will benefit as a community and that our planners will benefit from the work that's being done within the region. So I think it's incumbent upon us to not take that for granted and consider whether there is a budgetary ask to be put forward to council and how to support that. And it may be, as my colleague said, on a project by project basis, but something needs to keep this organization going from year to year. And we know most foundations don't support operating costs. And so who better to provide input financially to the region than local governments who stand to benefit from the collaborative approach. So I guess, Chair, if you allow me, I'll put forward a motion to refer the MOU to staff and to bring back a report to council on ways we can engage with the Howe Sound Biosphere Region Initiative, both financially and in kind.
Would you include the letter of support with the MOU? So is there, Councillor Herford seconds, Mayor Elliott?
I think I said what I wanted to say. I think this is just, we can't take it for granted how important this designation is. We're the 19th region in Canada. And for a huge country like ours, it's such a special designation. And I think we can help build the profile. I think the work we already do around Howe Sound Forum and the action group that we were part of and supporting the Marine Reference Guide, I don't think that kind of collaborative participation should end or necessarily be based on just a project to project basis. I think it's incumbent upon all local governments in this region to support the initiative and that designation to make sure we reach the goals set by the UN and set by the plan that's been put in place. So that's why I put this motion forward so that our staff have a chance to go through the MOU, speak to Ms. Simons, and come back to us with a way forward.
Councillor Race?
Thank you. And I'm supporting this resolution. I was on the action committee, as you know, for a few years. It turned out, started off at 6 months, but it ended up as a few years. And I thought I knew Howe Sound or had a good sense of it, but I learned a lot of other things. But one of them is really appreciated what coordinated planning can do and can accomplish, and also just sharing resources, getting good ideas from other local governments and bodies and stakeholders. And also that Squamish has a leadership position to play in the development and the planning and the functioning of Howe Sound. And so I think it is very important. I see the possibilities and the benefits almost to be endless. And so I think this is absolutely something we should be supporting. And as I mentioned earlier, the ask isn't quite there yet from the Biosphere Reserve, but I think as they develop, they're a brand new organization, as they develop and we try to formalize some of the planning initiatives and so forth within the Sound, I think that will be necessary. And so some kind of a funding model and just a realization that that's kind of on the horizon for us, and we should be looking for that.
I just throw my 2 cents. I will be supporting this as well. It's such a fantastic project, and I've watched over the years all the work that's gone into this, the capacity building and the connections to communities, and seeing some of the young kids or folks who have been involved in this project and how it's helped them grow and build an attachment and a responsibility for the community is really inspiring. So this is well worth supporting, and happy to support it. So with that, I will call the question. Anyone opposed? Not seeing any opposition. Motion carries. Did you have a second, Mayor Elliott?
Just a motion to put forward a letter of support for the principles of cooperation, the updated principles of cooperation, and that council budget to host the Howe Sound Community Forum in 2025.
Okay, Councillor Stoner seconds. Any comments? Seeing none, and I'll call the question. Any opposition? Nope, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I guess we will, in the words of Monty Python, now for something completely different. We'll take a few minutes to switch over and come back at 1:30.
Are you going to control this?
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now at a delegation from FortisBC, and I will turn it over to Gord Schoberg, who is presenting remotely. Gord, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Acting Mayor Pettingill, Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to spend a few moments with you this afternoon. I know our time's limited, and we've got lots to say, so we'll get right down to it. Well, I'll introduce my colleague, Paul Chernikovsky, in just a moment, but the purpose of today's meeting, if we can slip to the next slide, here we go. What we wanted to do is touch on 3 themes. The first one probably being the most extensive, and that is, in essence, responding to District of Squamish's approved motion of May the 10th that addressed 3 particular issues. One is a quantitative risk assessment, and that's where Paul's specific expertise will come in. Also, the application of CSA Z663, and the third is the pipeline routing analysis along Finch Drive. So I understand we've got about half an hour, some more time for council's Q&A afterwards. And what we've done here is just on this slide, basically flashed up what your motion was. And we want to respond to that today, and hopefully it'll be acceptable, and then decide if there's any further work to do at all. So without any further delay, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Paul. Paul, if you mind just introducing yourself and then carry on with the presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just a quick voice check. Everyone can hear me? Okay, good. So first of all, I am based out of our Kelowna office. So I would like to acknowledge that I'm presenting to you this afternoon from the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Seal people, who have called this land their home for time immemorial. And I'm very grateful to be able to live and work here. I want to extend my gratitude again for accommodating us virtually. Unfortunately, as Gord mentioned, COVID finally caught up with me last Wednesday, and hence I'm not allowed to fly on airplanes for another 4 days. And so I wasn't able to travel down to meet you in person, which obviously would have been much preferred. Plus, you probably don't really want me in the same airspace as you right now anyways. The presentation we have for you today is very similar to the one that we delivered to Mayor Elliott back on June 9th. I have made a few changes to address some specific questions we received from Acting Mayor Pettingill via email. And any that I don't address directly on the slides, I'll come back to at the end to cover off. So first of all, before I launch into it, any questions? Does that all sound reasonable? Okay, hearing nothing.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So first, a little bit in terms of my background. So I've been with FortisBC for 23 years now. By training, I'm an electrical engineer, so one of the 175 or so professional engineers employed by FortisBC. Currently, I'm the Director of Regulatory Projects and Resource Planning. So basically, I oversee the development and regulatory review by the BCUC, BC Utilities Commission, of our major capital projects and our gas and electric resource plans. But more relevant to our discussion today, for the previous 8 years, I was the Director of Engineering. And amongst other things, I oversaw our system integrity and damage prevention groups. System integrity includes all the activities we undertake to ensure that our pipelines are fit for service. Damage prevention is just that. It's about making sure that third parties don't contact or damage our underground assets. And between those two things, when I was in that role, I somewhat wryly referred to myself as the guy who's accountable for keeping the gas molecules inside our pipelines. And I may not be in that role anymore, but I still take that job very seriously. I've delivered papers on quantitative risk assessment at a number of pipeline and industry conferences. I'm also the chair of the Canadian Standards Association, the strategic steering committee that oversees the development of pipeline industry standards like Z662 and 663 that we'll be talking about today. And last, in my spare time, I teach a 4th-year engineering course at UBC Okanagan related to the energy system transition. So, with all that behind us, on our first slide here, let's get right to what a QRA, or a quantitative risk assessment, is. And we developed this to help address many questions we had regarding the EGP project. And so we engaged CFER Technologies, CFER Technologies, to help develop a QRA for the new pipeline. Now, one notable thing about CFER, they're not a consultant in the typical sense. They're actually a nonprofit, independent organization, and they're a subsidiary of Alberta Innovates, which is a research and innovation corporation. CFER's operated for over 35 years, and their mission is to help clients tackle challenging technical problems to improve safety, operational efficiency, and environmental performance. And that's in their own words. So CFER followed established industry practice to develop the QRA. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go over and read through each of the steps listed in the bullets here, but I can summarize them as this: identify threats or hazards, analyze, assess, and last, mitigate them if necessary. And while I'm on this slide, to address the first question from Acting Mayor Pettingill, you asked if we assumed 1 or 2 large pipelines in the QRA. So I can confirm the QRA was conducted on the new 24-inch pipeline being built from the north end of the Coquitlam watershed all the way through Squamish to where the pipeline enters the tunnel west of the railway. And that's where that single new 24-inch pipeline ends. So it's only in the bored tunnel crossing the estuary and ascending the mountainside on the west will the new pipeline be twinned, not in Squamish? So hopefully that addresses the first question. On the next slide here, credible threats. So the first thing we know is that risk is defined as what? It's the likelihood of an undesirable event occurring multiplied by the consequences of that event if it occurs. And that means we can control risk in two ways. We can reduce the likelihood of an event, or we can mitigate the consequences of that event if it occurs. And before you can determine likelihood or consequences, well, first you need to identify all the possible threats, in this case to a pipeline. And then you need to categorize them into credible versus insignificant threats. In this case, CFIR identified 5 classes of credible threats for the EGP project, and they're listed here on the slide. First one, external corrosion. Essentially, that's rust on the outside of the pipeline. And we protect against that using coatings and things like cathodic protection. We won't get into the details of that. Valve failures. We have equipment with moving parts, so there's potential for failure. Third-party damage, for example, excavators working in the vicinity of the pipeline. Incorrect operations, for example, if we don't manage our right-of-way or if there's inadvertent overpressures in the pipeline. And then the last one, I think we're all quite familiar with, weather-related and geohazards, things like seismic, landslides, even large trucks driving over the pipeline. And in their analysis, those threats also considered what would be the worst cases. And for example, the worst case or a largest logging truck driving over the pipeline. What's the maximum possible overpressure of the pipeline? And even, well, what about punctures from the tooth of a large excavator? What's the largest conceivable excavator that could be puncturing through the pipeline? So all of that was factored into their considerations. Maybe I'll just pause there just to see if there's any initial questions, because of course I can't see any initial feedback.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, given our time, why don't we hold questions to the end, and I'll let you go through your presentation, and we'll come back to you at the end, if that's okay.
That sounds perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, so on the next slide here, analyses. So once we've identified all the possible causes of an event, the hazards, we then apply statistics using historical performance data to first calculate the likelihood of those events occurring. And so for some things, we use FortisBC data. So third-party damage, for example, it's more relevant to use our own data from our service area than some other utilities across Canada or somewhere else in North America. However, we often do use industry data for some things like pipeline performance. And that's because there's a much larger sample size if we consider all the pipelines in Canada, for example. Just to expand upon that last point, FortisBC, as a pipeline operator, has never had a spontaneous pipeline rupture. Yes, we've experienced incidents of sabotage, and we've had extreme river flow crossing washouts, but we've never had a pipeline rupture like the one that Enbridge had back in 2018. So that's partly why we use industry data. It's more conservative. If we extrapolate it off our own data, it could say that we've never experienced a pipeline rupture, or we'll never experience a pipeline rupture in the future because we never had one before. So we err on the side of caution here. So once we have the likelihood part of the equation, we need to look at the consequences side. And those could range all the way from a very minor pinhole leak up to the worst case, an ignited rupture. And again, we use industry performance data to look at the frequency of different outcomes that could result from different hazards. And so here again, this is where I could probably address another question from Acting Mayor Pettingill, who asked, what population densities did we assume along the route? So in the case of Squamish, for their purposes, CFIR would have used a population density associated with what's called a Class 4 location. And for context, the CSA Z662, that's the oil and gas pipeline standard, it identifies 4 classes ranging from 1 on the lowest end lowest population density around a pipeline, to class 4 on the highest end. And so class 4 refers to high density areas with a prevalence of buildings of 4 or more stories. In other words, this would be the same class location that we applied for a pipeline if we built one running through the west end of Vancouver. And so as such, class 4 far exceeds the population density in Whistler today and likely for decades to come. But we are designing the pipeline through Whistler to that highest class, class 4.
To Squamish.
Oh, sorry. I meant Squamish, of course. When I said Whistler there. Back to our analysis. So we were calculating the likelihoods and consequences of incidents that can occur. And then what happens is CFIR then repeats that analysis, literally thousands of times along the length of the pipeline, considering each of those possible hazards and all the possible outcomes. And in the end, you get a table of results that you can order from the likeliest, most consequential, and so on down. And to give an idea, we actually conducted a QRA of our entire pipeline system a couple of years back. And there were over 4 million data points in those results. It's at this point why I would like to discuss why we would not release the results of the QRA publicly. And as I've just talked about, the QRA considers both the likelihood of the events and the consequences of those events at every point along the line. And in other words, if we were to make the QRA publicly available, we'd essentially be detailing exactly where you could inflict the most harm on our system. And clearly that would not be a prudent thing to do as an operator. It's no different from other critical service providers. TELUS or BC Hydro also would never publish a risk analysis for their system that reveals the most critical or sensitive locations in their systems. And I suspect the district is probably similarly protective of information related to, say, water supply. And so FortisBC, we will provide this information to our regulators on a confidential basis if necessary, but that's it. So on to the next slide, risk criteria. Once you have all those risk results, how do you assess them? So what you need are essentially goalposts or benchmarks. And that's where the guidance in the CSA Z662 standard comes in. And in fact, we're using a draft 2023 version of Z662, which has some new language specific to risk analyses, just like these, to help us out. And it defines terminology to use consistently with other high-risk industries. And essentially what you can imagine is you wind up with a graph. And at the bottom, you have a threshold which is considered broadly acceptable. If you had a risk curve that you plot on that graph and it's below broadly acceptable, then all is good. No mitigation is required. At the top, you have maximum tolerable. Above that region, you should really be spending any amount of money you can to avoid that risk. It's simply unacceptable. In between, you have the so-called ALARP, or as low as reasonably practical region, where you should take cost-effective measures to reduce risk. And to be clear, those definitions and thresholds are not unique to pipelines. They're commonly used in other high reliability industries like aviation and nuclear and healthcare. So, with all that background, what are the results that CFIR came up with? When we apply the risk criteria in that forthcoming CSA Z662 code, they're listed on the slide here, and compare them to the exact actual results from the QRA, not only is the pipeline performance for the EGP project calculated to be below the maximum tolerable in ALARP regions, they're also well below the broadly accepted threshold. And you can see here either 9% of the broadly acceptable or 59%, depending on the hazard. It's in the brackets there. And as such, there's no need for mitigating actions to further reduce the risk. And this is just a brief introductory slide. Basically, we want to give you some perspective on comparison of risks. So to help compare our results to risks posed by other more common hazards, we've got a table that's listed here. And these are Canada-wide numbers. Probably no real surprises on this list. For the more outdoorsy types among us, I note that cycling isn't listed, interestingly enough. But I did some research. Statistically, men are twice as likely to die cycling compared to motoring. Interestingly, for women, the risk is about the same. I'm not sure what that means. But by far, the number one most risky activity that most of us undertake on a daily basis, driving, is at the top of the list. And of course, people accept that risk because we choose to do it. And humans by nature are much more averse to risks that are imposed on us. And we get that. That's why Fortis has taken some pretty extraordinary measures to reduce both the likelihood and the consequences of events as pipeline. And I'm going to talk about that in a bit more in a couple slides. But just while I'm on this topic as well, CFER calculated both what's called the individual risk, and essentially that assumes a person standing on top of the pipeline. It's the worst case, right? Someone right there when there's an incident that occurs. They also calculated something called the societal risk. And essentially what that's considering is a group of individuals. So for example, if you had a rupture and the thermal radiation from that rupture impacts buildings immediately adjacent to a right of way. So we assume there's no buffer there. It's again the worst case that they've calculated. And just to explain a little bit more the difference between individual and societal risks. It's not shown in this slide, but leading off that top number, every year in BC, there's about 182 deaths due to MVAs. That's a very sad number, I have to say. But we appear to tolerate that level of individual risk. Imagine if there was a plane crash or a ferry sinking in BC with a loss of 182 lives every year. Clearly, that level of societal risk would be unacceptable. And so that's why we need to look at both in the QRA, and that's what CFER did. And so for perspective, to put our QRA results in perspective, a person is twice as likely to be killed, statistically speaking, twice as likely to be killed in an earthquake, or about as likely as dying from a lightning strike as they would be from an incident on the EGP pipeline over its entire lifespan. And that's even at the highest risk point on that pipeline. Now, before I look at the measures that we're taking to reduce risk, I talked about, let's just compare how those QRA results align with the District of Squamish's own criteria. And on a personal basis, I do have to give credit to the district for implementing and developing quantitative criteria like that. I have to say it's very progressive, and I wish other regions and municipalities did something similar. Again, I'm not going to read what's on the slide. Hopefully this should look familiar to the individuals listening to this. But basically the District of Squamish criteria for maximum tolerable, broadly acceptable, and ALARP align very well with the Z662 criteria. And so on our next slide, we now compare the pipeline risks that were calculated versus the District of Squamish's risk tolerance. And we can see that the EGP project remains well below the broadly acceptable regions, even in this case. So I'm coming to the end of the QRA topic. But before I do, on this slide, we have provided a detailed list, really, of the many steps that we're already taking to mitigate the risk of failures associated with the pipeline. And many of these are over and above the code requirements in Z662. Basically, I can summarize it as the pipeline will be constructed of 1 inch thick, high strength steel, buried up to 2 meters or more. It'll be marked extensively and maintained continuously. So we're very confident that it will operate safely for decades to come. So with all that said, that's the QRA aspect. I think what I'm going to do is I'll just continue on with the 663 discussion, and then perhaps it would be best to take questions at that point, and then we can close off with a discussion of the Finch drive. So with respect to Z663, I think there may be some misunderstanding of the intent of this document. So Z663 was developed by the pipeline industry and is primarily intended to guide land use development in the vicinity of existing pipelines. And in fact, it explicitly doesn't apply to future pipelines. So we probably should have underlined the word existing on this slide here. Basically, what Z663 does is it provides a framework that sets out the roles and responsibilities to facilitate discussions between stakeholders, between the pipeline operator and any landowners or developers in the vicinity of existing pipelines to help inform future land development. But to be clear, in no way does it provide guidance on how to site, design, construct, or operate pipelines. Those topics are entirely the purview of the CSA Z662 pipeline standard, which incidentally is mandatory in BC, so we have to follow that. And Z62 provides the necessary technical requirements for designing and operating pipelines, including those that would be installed parallel to or even below the traveled surface of a roadway. So there's no technical concerns associated with that Finch Drive alignment in terms of having a pipeline in there. So that also, well, maybe I'll just move on. Effectively, that covers the next two slides, why the Finch Drive route was selected. Understandably, somehow the pipeline has to cross from the east to the west through Squamish. And on the balance of all the considerations, it is the best route. We've listed all the considerations that have gone into it. But again, just to clarify that, none of the requirements or in 663 are with respect to a pipeline operator. They're intended to guide a land developer that's constructing or developing in the vicinity of a pipeline and how they should construct new roadways or parking lots or buildings, for example. And so here we just summarize the consultation that we've had regarding the Finch Drive route and all those previous issues that were considered in that route optimization and why that alignment was selected. So with that, that really is the summary. That's the meat of the presentation there. So happy to take any questions now, either Gord or myself. I'm sure we've given a lot for you to think about. So feel free.
Okay, thank you. I'll go Mayor Elliott, Councillor Stoner, and then Councillor Anderson.
So, Paul, I've sat through a few QRA discussions with regard to our debris flow hazard and now yours, but I'm wondering if you could just, in better layperson's terms, talk about the language when it says things like maximum societal risk from equipment impact 1 in 250 million for 300 fatalities. Can you decipher that for people, why you put a number of fatalities in relation to that risk level?
Sure. So in this case, what's calculated there was essentially the maximum possible fatalities that could result from a rupture of the pipeline based on the potential impact radius from that pipeline. And again, given the likelihood of that event occurring from all those various different causes that I talked about earlier, and the likelihood also of this particular consequence, i.e. a rupture, a full bore rupture, and then igniting occurring, the calculated probability of all of that is that a 1 in 250 million event in any given year. So on the flip side of it, another way to think of it would be you'd have to go and it doesn't quite work this way, but I'll simplify it to say that you'd have to go 250 million years before one of those events occurred. So essentially it's saying that it's a highly unlikely event, to put it mildly. What happens is that as the number of fatalities goes down, yes, the likelihood goes up somewhat, but that's why then you start moving towards that individual risk to ensure that for a single person, you're never exposing even a single person to an unacceptable level of risk. So hopefully that was helpful. If you want me to clarify anything, by all means.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious if we can confirm what the operating pressure is of the proposed 24-inch pipeline.
The operating pressure of the proposed 24-inch pipeline is the same as the existing pipeline that runs through Squamish. So depending on your units, it's the nominal pressure for the entire pipeline, I should say, because the pressure actually is reduced fairly significantly by the time it reaches Squamish. But the pipeline itself is designed to operate at 2160 PSI, or in metric units, that would be approximately 15 megapascals.
And can you just confirm where else you have pipelines operating at that pressure in areas of high density? So I know you have pipelines across the province, and many of which are distribution pipelines or transmission or intermediate pressures, which are much lower than this one. So can you just provide an example of where a pipeline with this pressure is passing through a community of similar or higher density?
So this pipeline is the pipeline, probably aware, that supplies Vancouver Island. So it starts in Coquitlam at our what's called our B1 compressor station, and it starts there at 2160 PSI, runs north through the watershed, crosses Squamish, and then also crosses through the Salish Sea by passing over Texada Island, and then runs over to Vancouver Island. So at that point, it then continues down also the backbone of Vancouver Island. So anywhere along that route, essentially, that pipeline is already designed for 2160 PSI. And so it is passing through other communities located on Vancouver Island as well. In terms of, to more directly answer your question, do we have pipelines operating that pressure elsewhere in the province? No, we don't. The pipelines that operate in the lower mainland and in the interior operate at lower pressures, typically around between 600 to 1,000 pounds per square inch, or PSI. The reason for that is because when those pipelines were built, it was easier to build larger diameter pipelines operating at lower pressure. Whereas when the pipeline was built to Vancouver Island, the bigger concern was reducing the impact of that pipeline, especially through the watershed, and using a smaller diameter pipeline. And so the trade-off is you can use a smaller diameter pipeline, but you use a higher pressure because you're also going quite a fair distance. So fair amount of information there. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that's helpful context. Thank you. I had one other question. One of your slides, I appreciate that you said the CSA Z663 standard is really for developers to consider contextual planning around an existing pipeline. As a local government, we are responsible for land use planning around a soon-to-be existing pipeline, which is this one. And one of the points in your slide says, consider the pipeline and planning as part of the standards referral process. And I'm just curious what so who would we refer increased density around the pipeline to? Is that to Fortis? Is that to the BCUC? Who is responsible for actually overseeing increased density along an existing pipeline route?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. So how that works is essentially the authority having jurisdiction is responsible for ensuring that any developers, if you want to call it that, in the area, contact all of the relevant operators. And that's not necessarily just FortisBC. It could also be, say it was Enbridge or Trans Mountain or whoever that has underground assets. It could also be the BC Hydros of the world that have underground electric transmission lines. But all of these underground assets or any infrastructure asset has to be considered. So what would happen is the District of Squamish would have to ensure that it makes any developers aware that they need to reach out to all those infrastructure operators, such as FortisBC, to ensure that we become aware of what their development plans are. And then we would sit down and work with them to advise them, here's where our infrastructure is, here's how it operates, and are there any mitigating measures that need to be taken in that upcoming development, if you want to call it that. So being aware of the right-of-way setback distances, our requirements for when you are working in the vicinity of the pipeline, you must contact us. That's by law in BC. The Oil and Gas Act and the gas safety regulations say that any excavator must contact us before digging near our transmission line. So ensuring that those developers and land user basically is aware of those requirements to contact us, and then we pass on all of those requirements to them. So hopefully that answers your question as well.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chernikowski. My question really follows from that of Councillor Stoner. You have mentioned or described the CSA Z663 as being, quote, industry developed. I'd like to draw a comparison to the railway proximity guidelines that have been developed by the Railway Association of Canada and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We have in our new OCP adopted these guidelines. We explicitly have included them in our new OCP. They weren't in there before, and the guidelines are themselves about 10, 12 years old, I expect. My question is, would you recommend, do other municipalities include reference to the CSA guidelines Z63-18 in their official community plans? Is this something you would recommend or advise? Is there a precedent for this?
So I'll answer that in two parts. First of all, just for a little bit of context as well, how is a CSA Z662 standard developed? And they're referred to as what are called consensus standards. So there's a body or a group of individuals that will get together to write that standard. And yes, I mentioned that it's developed by the industry, but not exclusively by the industry. And what I mean by that is there's always a matrix of different representatives that sit on the committee that writes a standard. So I actually brought up the standard here just for my own reference. And yes, there were companies like Union Gas and Atco Gas, FortisBC. We actually contributed to the development of the standard as well. But there were also government and regulatory bodies that were represented as well. So for example, I see here the City of Medicine Hat, Calgary Metropolitan Region Board, a company called TEP Right-of-Way Coordination, City of Regina, City of Edmonton. So what I'm getting at here is, yes, it was developed for industry use, but it also had broad representation from groups far beyond just industry to ensure that all those perspectives are covered. And then to more directly answer your question of should it be incorporated into municipal guidelines? Yes, I think the short answer to that is yes. It is excellent guidance for developers and land users to be aware of what those requirements are to interact with energy infrastructure owners.
Thank you. I have a second question, Chair. Mr. Chernikowski, I'm sure that it may be, well, I'll describe a certain circumstance we have here in Squamish at this time. We're discussing the planning of a new road, a new collector road, and we are discussing with Fortis the planning of a new pipeline route. And the question arises as to the planning for access to the pipeline, the underground asset, for maintenance. Are there standards and guidelines around the co-location of roads and underground assets with consideration to future maintenance access? Are there standards and guidelines to refer to? Thank you.
Fair question. And so essentially that's what Z663 is about. It is providing that guidance to both the authorities having jurisdiction and to the land users, and making that recognition or making awareness, building awareness and recognition that that's part of having infrastructure in your land, basically, is that if there's a right of way passing through land that you own, providing access for maintenance purposes is one of the things that's spelled out explicitly in that standard. So yes, we understand, not obviously developers aren't necessarily keen on having roads just for us to access pipelines, but it's a necessity so that we can maintain the pipelines and access them if necessary.
Thank you.
Councillor Race and then Councillor Herford.
Thank you. It was back to question raised by one of my colleagues along Finch Drive. As you're probably aware, we're entertaining a lot of development applications now as a result of sort of a change in neighborhood planning. And some of these lands are vacant and some of them are low density, single family, for example, that might be upgraded to multifamily. And I'm wondering, and I didn't see it or hear it in your presentation, but what does 663 say about the separation between these two pipelines, the 12 and the 24, from any kind of residential development? Is there a number you can give us? How many feet or anything of that nature?
So again, to be clear, Z663 doesn't talk about the impact of pipelines on adjacent land uses. Instead, what it's about is it's intended to guide land developers, not pipeline operators. It's intended to guide the land developers of, if you're going to be building a roadway, for example, here are the best practices associated with building a roadway near a pipeline. So ideally, for example, a pipeline shouldn't be in a roadway if that can be avoided. That's ideal. In this case, as we've talked about, to cross Squamish, there has to be some route, and that's why we're choosing Finch Drive. But in terms of guidance to for setback of properties and so on, that's not the purview of 663. It instead is telling you, go talk to the pipeline operator, and the pipeline operator will provide you with information on development in the vicinity of the pipeline. And so that's where Z662 comes in, and we use it to design the pipeline appropriately for that land use. And what we're saying is that we've designed it for that so-called class 4 location, a very dense urban type development. So essentially, this pipeline is being designed the same, as I said, if it was located in the west end of Vancouver, as it is going to be along Finch Drive. So there's really no specific requirements in terms of additional setback. You can't build obviously onto our right-of-way. That's a given, but you can build up to the right-of-way, and that is a safe activity.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm curious, what stage in the planning process around routes and so on do these risk assessments come in? Is it a starting point? Is it something that is worked on once options are developed, or just could you speak to that process? And I think that would lead to the question around how this class 4 designation was used, say, proposed under Finch. Just where in the process does that this concept get the most weight?
So the way it works is the Z662, again, that's the pipeline design construct operation standard. One of the requirements in there is that you must conduct a risk assessment for any new pipeline assets. It doesn't spell out exactly how you should do it. It simply says that you should do one. And then it's up to the pipeline operator to determine what's an appropriate level of diligence, I'll say, for that risk assessment. Now, to take an example, say we were building a 10-meter piece of pipeline inside one of our existing stations that's in the middle of nowhere. You might choose to do a fairly high-level engineering assessment because the risk associated with that pipeline is quite low. As the risk associated with the pipeline and the development in the vicinity increases, it's best to use higher levels of engineering analysis, I'll say. And that's where you take things all the way to the level of a quantitative risk assessment. In this case, what really happened was also during the consultation aspect, right? When we sat down with the community members and there was a concern associated with the pipeline and questions, well, we have development in the vicinity of the pipeline, what's an appropriate level of design? That's where we then took back and said, okay, when we do that QRA, we're going to do it on the basis of, let's assume that this is a high density location. So it's an iterative process. We must do one. That's a requirement by code. The level of complication, if you want, or complexity is probably the best word. The level of complexity that you use depends on the circumstances. And in this case, we've used essentially the most complex level of fully quantitative risk assessment to guide our decision making.
Okay, thank you. So this level that of materials and the depth you buried it, all those pieces, is that for the entirety of it, the span of the district of Squamish? We've been focusing on Finch as that's become a focal point to raise these questions, but there's many kilometers that aren't Finch Drive. So is that the standard that's being used or that was used along the entirety of the proposed alignment?
So this is where I may have to defer to Gord. I'm not sure, Gord, if you have any additional details. Based on what's on the slide here, this was applied to more than just Finch Drive. I can say for certainty that the design of the pipeline through Squamish has been designed to a class 4 level of design. Are each of these, maybe it's actually back on this slide here. Certainly, so the steel, the pipeline itself is consistent throughout Squamish. Really, the only difference I could see in terms of the operations will be the same throughout Squamish. The only slight difference that might vary would be the depth of bury. In some cases, it'll be deeper, as we've noted here, because we have to cross, for example, Highway 99 and railways. Pipeline needs to be much deeper in those locations. There may be some locations further out where the pipeline is somewhat shallower, but beyond that, I don't really see any differences that we would have of the pipeline when it's going to be constructed in Squamish. I don't know, Gord, do you have any clarification you want to add there?
Yeah, I think maybe the question is, are we designing the entire EGP pipeline to class 4? And Paul, would I be correct in saying we should probably defer that to the pipeline project manager out in the Indian River Valley where there's no population? Would it be safe to say that that is not class 4?
That is true. So yes, we have designed, as allowed by code, the pipeline in the lower density areas. The pipeline is allowed to be designed to a lower level, and that's acceptable. And it's also a more economical way. For example, it doesn't necessarily make sense to build a pipeline using very thick steel for its entire length if there's no real benefit to do so. So yes, it is fair to say that the pipeline in the Squamish area has been designed to a much higher level than the rest of the pipeline.
Okay, no, I understand out the valleys where there's little to no population besides recreational uses or so on being a different standard, but inside the municipality is the question, because we have some lands that are not just low density like we're seeing on Finch that are sort of poised to transition, but we've got some other lands that are essentially vacant at this point that will be future development. And were those considered in the same lens? And roughly where does that, and if so, roughly where does that transition happen without, I understand there's some certain security pieces for you folks, but within or without our boundary, I guess would be my ask.
Can I take a stab at that, Paul?
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
Up the hill where the Diamond Head properties are, there's a couple Squamish Nation holding properties. Those are being designed for class 4. I'm not the engineer and probably shouldn't wade into it, but I've been a part of those discussions, so I know that. Exactly where the transition is, heading south, or whether there's I'd have to defer that to our pipeline project manager. But through those developable properties that are being considered with Diamond Head, that's class 4.
Yeah, I can confirm that as well. We'd have to get back to you on exactly where on the south end the class 4 ends.
Yeah, thank you. I think the potential risk isn't just for, the near term. It's a long-term thing. So I want to make sure that we really have an understanding of where the potential impacts could be from a land use standpoint. And as we get past between these 662 and 663 regulations, sort of pass the issue back and forth in from my understanding. So just to make sure that we've discussed this at this point before it's a built thing would be very helpful. So I'd appreciate that some clarity there when it's available. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll take a turn here. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the CSA 663. And I understand that's guidance and it's mostly directed at land use planners. But in it, it says, for example, where subdivision is approved in the vicinity of pipeline systems, locate larger lots adjacent to pipeline systems, and place permanent structures as far from the pipeline system as possible. Rear yards shall be used to establish a separation from the pipeline systems. So again, I understand that that's guidance to us as we're doing our zoning, but for the public trying to understand safety and their risk and where they want to buy, why is that guidance there if there is not a sort of significant risk? And as we're trying to plan sort of a safe solution together, why would we say, oh, well, that's just the municipality's thing. It's for future pipelines. It's not something we need to consider now. I mean, technically by regulation, I understand you don't need to consider it, but as if we're trying to work collaboratively together and find something that's safe for our community, why would we not pay more attention to things like this?
So absolutely fair question. And the requirement that's specifying, the underlying driver for that is fundamentally access to the pipeline. It's not about the safety of the pipeline itself. It's not saying locate developments away from the pipeline because the pipeline can fail. What that's saying is we're providing guidance through this standard to developers to say, what we don't want is, for example, to have a pipeline right-of-way encased by large development on either side of it, which that limits the access to that pipeline right-of-way. The reality is that, yes, as we do our maintenance activities, we may need to access any point along that pipeline at any time in the future. And typically what we do is we dig down. If we find a feature on the pipeline that we need to investigate further, we'll go in with heavy equipment. Again, the pipeline is buried fairly deep. We dig down to it, remove the coating, expose the pipeline, do any repairs, and then cover it all back up. If that pipeline is constrained by development immediately to the right-of-way, we have no way to access it. And that is an ongoing challenge that we've seen, especially on our pipelines in the interior part of the province, which were built many decades ago, right, in late 50s, where development has encroached right up to the edge of those rights-of-way. And now we're literally having to go in a kilometer along on the right-of-way using heavy equipment to access a specific point. It's very disruptive. In some cases, even in the Lower Mainland, we're going through people's backyards and we're having to take down fences and so on. That's what the standard is intending to avoid. It's ensuring that any development that takes place isn't placed immediately adjacent to the pipeline. It's not about the safety of those properties next to the pipeline.
Just to that point, though, I guess two things. When I further read 663, it speaks to a reason not to build under roads or parking lots, especially if they're paved, is the additional difficulty in detecting leaks and then, of course, responding to them because you've got pavement and so on to go through. And so, I mean, that implies to me a higher level of risk being under a road, being under a pavement relative to not.
Yeah, and so that's, again, that's addressed in Z662. There is fairly extensive language on how to design a pipeline that exists or that will exist under a road, because it is sometimes necessary to do that, as it is in our case here. We do have many pipelines that operate, especially in the lower mainland, for example, that are also built under roadways. What we do in the case of leak detection for that, actually, and that's an excellent point there, we will actually go along and we'll drill boreholes in the road surface when we do our leak surveys to ensure that if there are any leaks occurring, that we will still be able to detect that. So all of that risk, potential risk associated with having asphalt or a road cover on top of a pipeline, that's identified in 662, and a pipeline operator must consider it in their design and the operation of the pipeline.
Okay, thanks. So what I'm hearing though is if we build development as close as we have been planning and approving to this pipeline and our roads over, we can expect boreholes and disruption to those properties that are much closer to the pipeline sort of on an ongoing basis, because you need to maintain and measure and inspect and so on. And so that would be a reason as land planners to consider not allowing development so close, or maybe saying, hey, our road doesn't belong there because it's going to be disrupted for boreholes, for measuring and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, and you know, just to be clear, when I refer to borehole, I'm talking about literally a half-inch diameter or a 1 centimeter hole bored in the asphalt. This is not a multi-foot or anything like that borehole, so it's, I would say, minimally invasive. So we'll come along, we would drill a hole in the pavement, and then it gets sealed up afterwards. But it's very minimal disruption. All that said, yes, it is preferable to not have a roadway located above a pipeline. That's the preferable arrangement. But we understand that in some cases, parking lots is another common one, right? There's a number of parking lots in the lower mainland and here in the interior that have been built above pipelines, and we manage those just fine.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on. So from your response to my colleague, the current 10-inch pipeline at 2160 PSIG or thereabouts 2000 is the sort of your only example of a, I'll call it high pressure transmission line through densely populated areas. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so what we're talking about here is nearly a 6-time volume increase. And so we're taking what is already an unusual transmission pipeline in densely populated areas and multiplying that by 6, which to my mind, that's 6 times the fuel for an adverse event, accident, disaster. I guess how or why should the public feel safe about that? Like, this is a real first. And, you know, why is this route, you know, we've sort of acknowledged we're not following all the guidance. It's preferable not to go under a road. This is 6 times the size. How are we rationalizing this?
So first of all, I would say, again, the guidance doesn't say that you shouldn't go under a road. It's saying that if you go under a road in the Z662, here are the considerations you must take into account when you're designing a pipeline under a road. What it does say is you shouldn't put a road on top of a pipeline. That's kind of the inverse situation. With respect to the increasing diameter, that's addressed in 2 ways. First of all, in the design of the pipe itself, the steel is much thicker, is the reality, right? So what happens is there's what's called a hoop stress in the pipeline that's trying to expand it or tear it open. That is counteracted by the thickness of the steel. So the pipeline that's going to be installed for the 24 inches correspondingly that much thicker than the existing pipeline. This has also been reflected in that QRA that was conducted, is based on that thickness of steel and all those hazards that I talked about, things like corrosion, for example, or an excavator that potentially is contacting that pipeline. What's the risk of it puncturing it? And based on all of those known possible causes and actual industry performance, here is the risk results or the likelihood and consequences of that pipeline failing. And we are demonstrating quantitatively that it is not a risk that needs to be, I would say, that raised overly in priority in people's minds, because we are safely managing it no differently than the existing pipeline that's running in the corridor there.
So I think what I'm hearing, if I can check if I'm correct, that there is a significant increase in the magnitude or consequence of an event because the volume is so much larger. You're trying to mitigate that through reducing the likelihood through design. But so we have sort of a stronger pipeline, being over simplistic, to try and offset a possibly much larger consequence.
That is essentially what happens. That's correct. That's the
Okay.
mitigating action to mitigate the consequences, is to design the pipe itself to a higher level of standard.
Okay, and I mean, we could go here all day, but we're already over a little bit. I want to touch on this last thing, and I'm trying to understand the concern around security, because to me, it's rather obvious if you were wanting to do damage or harm, you would pick a high pressure 24-inch section in a densely populated area, and the pipeline is clearly marked to avoid construction damage. So it's quite obvious with the information we have already about where you would disrupt if you're going to do so. And so, you know, maybe QRA, some more QRA detail might push you a meter or two the other way, but it's sort of inconsequential for the, it seems to me, in terms of the concern you raise, because it's obvious where you do that, just from the information we have. So is it not possible for the public to really understand better the risk, for you to share more of the QRA info? Like what security advantage are you really gaining because we have sort of the, you know, the most relevant info already?
Well, I think in the end, it gets back to the amount of detail in QRA, right? We have to keep in mind that there is a great deal of information, first of all, that requires interpretation and requires engineering technical level interpretation. What we've done instead is we've provided, here are the values from the QRA at the highest risk locations. So I'm not sure necessarily what providing additional information at lower risk locations would first of all gain. We've already provided it at the higher risk locations. And the simple reality is that yes, to a degree, the pipeline location is known, but there's more than just safety that goes into those consequences discussions. For example, there's the actual disruption to the gas flow itself, so our operational impacts on the system. They may not be the same necessarily in Squamish as they might be somewhere else. And all of those consequences are part of that QRA calculation. We simply will not allow public release of where that information that could more significantly impact our operations. Here's the best place to go and hit our pipeline that would cause the most disruption to us. We simply do not allow that information to be published. And certainly our regulator, the BC Utilities Commission, has always supported anytime we've had requests for information like that, they have always supported the requests on that information being kept confidential.
Okay, well, I'm hoping we can, you know, maybe in a future discussion or in email, come to a bit better, some more more satisfactory information sharing. I think there are some, from my perspective, some massive gaps. I mean, I hear what you're saying about class 4, but class 4 counts 4-story buildings within a certain linear distance and so on. It doesn't actually talk to number of people. And so at a class 4, you could have a widely varied amount of density. And so I think what we're still missing is understanding the actual density and number of humans at the distance that you are proposing. And class 4 doesn't tell us that. So how do we get to that sort of understanding of what is the real risk to the people in this community? So not class 4, but number of people at what distance?
So yeah, again, so the class 4 in developing the QRA, CFR would have used population densities typical of class 4 locations. I can't say exactly what that number is. I don't have it off the top of my head. But they would translate that into actual population density, because you're right. I mean, just knowing the number of floors possible doesn't tell you how many people are going to be there. But that was implicit in their determination.
Okay, and how can we get that information?
That's something I think we would have to take away to find out exactly what was used there.
Okay, yeah, because I think that's one of the pieces we were looking for is that information at what distance from the pipeline, especially through the populated areas. Any more questions?
I guess the last comment I would make there, though, again, is, designing to class 4 means that there's nothing higher to go to, right? In terms of if you said that it was going to be a more densely populated region even than what they've already assumed, there's nothing further that the pipeline design could be taken to account for that. So it's already reflected.
Yeah, I suppose you might say a different location is wiser, but I'll go to Councillor Race.
Just on a point you raised, what is the width of your right-of-way along the Finch Drive area, and is that a typical width?
That answer, I'm sorry, I don't have off the top of my head.
I'll just wade in quickly here. There's no ability to register a statutory right-of-way on public road, and that since that's public road, it's basically would exist with the appropriate permitting from regulators in the District of Squamish. Where we construct our pipeline across private lands, typically we have a 60-foot or 18.3 meter wide right-of-way.
And that would be private land or crown land as well.
And crown land, yes.
Okay, well, I thank you very much for the presentation. We do have a packed agenda and let us get a bit behind, so we will move on, but thank you for the presentation.
All right,
Thank
well,
you
thanks
very
for
much.
accommodating. Hopefully that was helpful. Thank you.
So we will pause until just 5 minutes. Give us enough to switch over. Oh, sorry, didn't see that. Okay, I'll welcome Ms. Latimer then, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Megan Latimer. I'm the Director of Public Safety here at the district. And staff just wanted to follow up with Council regarding the unscheduled public attendance that took place last week at the Council meeting. On the issue of the signage that was placed by Walmart prohibiting vehicles from parking overnight in its parking lot, including camper vans and RVs, and citing the possibility of district enforcement. Staff have investigated this matter further and found that neither the zoning bylaw nor the camping bylaw apply in this situation, and neither would be enforced as the signage indicates. The district zoning bylaw is not applicable or enforceable on this point, and the camping bylaw applies to public lands and does not include camping or parking on private lands. Therefore, no bylaw enforcement will take place in this situation. Should the private landowner, which is Walmart, decide to remove the vehicles, that would be at Walmart's initiative and expense. In cases where people are found to be camping illegally on public and environmentally sensitive lands, staff continue to make every effort to educate those in contravention of the camping bylaw first and direct them towards legal camping options. Enforcement is always a last resort and rarely needs to be used. For example, in 2021, I believe only one ticket was issued under the camping bylaw. As follow-up on this issue, over at Walmart, the district's manager of bylaw services is in conversation with the Walmart management to make clear that the Walmart parking lot is private land and is outside of the district camping bylaw regulation, and that no district resources will be put towards enforcement as the signage indicates. The bylaw manager will also follow up with Ms. Joanie Lebrun to make sure that she is also reassured on this matter. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you, Ms. Latimer. With that, Councillor Stoner.
Not specific about the Walmart component, but the end of Black Bear Road, is that considered public land, and do our bylaws apply there?
Thank you through the chair. So Blackboard Road is actually regulated under the Ministry of Forestry, and they were the ones that placed the no parking signage there. And so they would be also responsible for enforcement of that area. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And we are back ahead of track somehow. So we will recess until 5 to 3. And see you all back here shortly. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now on to the North Crumpit neighborhood design presentation. This will be a brief presentation from the proponent. There will be time for the proponent to introduce the options they've come up with, some quick questions from council if we wish, but I'd like to ask everyone to hold their main questions till after the deeper staff presentation. But I will turn it over to Mr. Gunn to start us off.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Fenske. I'm a principal with Ekistics Town Planning. We're a Vancouver-based planning and design firm who over the last 28 years have had a very good opportunity to work up and down the Sea to Sky as well as throughout British Columbia, and in fact, developing projects for communities around the world. Today, we're very pleased to be invited in to take part in the public planning process for North Crumpit Neighbourhood Plan. And we have for you today about a dozen slides to kind of walk through to bring you up to speed on where we've been in our conversations with staff and the community. And as you say, where the plan options are. So maybe let's begin. Next slide. Great. Thank you. So back in the fall of 2020, we produced a terms of reference and kind of an approach to undertake a public planning process, working with staff in the community to understand how can we look at strategic growth planning within Squamish, within this designated growth area of North Crumpit. We developed then the 10-step planning process, and you can see that we're generally in the middle of it. Step 6, having done the technical reporting, gone out to the public both earlier in the spring and then about a month ago with our second open house, and are now before you to present some of the plan options presented during those times. Next slide. Public engagement has been a big part of our outreach. There is no hiding when you're doing public engagement and when you're doing public planning. And so we've wanted to have a chance not only to talk to the public in terms of open houses and advertised, but also looking at stakeholder engagements from recreation groups, environmental groups, as well as housing panels. And so we've had a chance to undertake surveys, as well as 2 information meetings, a series of workshops and panels, and the participation level, I think, has been good. The community, as you would expect, has been engaged and interested, especially given the position of the North Crumpit lands within the community, and its rather long use for recreation, as well as infrastructure moving through those properties. Next slide. So just as a point of reminder for council, the North Crumpit lands outlined in blue on the screen sit within about a 3-minute drive, 10-minute walk, cycle to the downtown. And as you can see, it's a designated growth area that sits within the permanent growth boundary as really an extension of Valley Cliff, Crumpit Woods, Ravens Plateau, with the opportunity through those lands to connect then through to Loggers East neighborhood. And in doing so, create a bit of a loop that's able to connect to downtown, connect between neighborhoods without having to be so reliant on Highway 99. Next slide. Of course, from the beginning, what we really want to do and need to do is to build a technical understanding of the land. And that's really our ethos, is how do we work with the land? And that really begins with, well, let's understand it. So a series of technical studies were done, mapping out not only the cadastral areas and the areas of legal encumbrance, which you can see on the right-hand side, moving through what we call the Upper Valley, which includes both hydro right-of-ways as well as the existing Fortis right-of-way and its new proposed alignment through there. We also have neighbors that we needed to map and understand, not only Crumpit Woods and Valley Cliff neighbors and Ravens Plateau on the south, but on both the north and the west, we have Squamish First Nations as neighbors with potential developments, lands, and future development interests in those lands that we needed to and wanted to consider. And of course, within the property itself, looking at both environmental, both riparian and terrestrial ecosystems, as well as steep slopes. The land is not gentle. And because of that, it's unlike many of the Squamish's traditional neighborhoods. And so we really wanted to get a clear handle on that. In addition to both the slope and environment, there were also archaeological areas of interest, which have already been identified and mapped and discussed with First Nations. Next slide. So through that technical process, then we wanted to begin to understand lands in terms of how constrained were they? Highly constrained in green, low constrained in cream, and the striped lands are those moderately constrained lands, with the idea that, well, let's put development where it makes sense on the lowly constrained lands. And let's keep development away from the highly constrained lands. And so you can see on your screen that kind of green and cream area. The lightly constrained lands are approximately a quarter of the neighborhood plan area, the moderate constrained about another 14%. The overwhelming majority of the North Crumpit lands are highly constrained. On top of that kind of green and cream basis, we also wanted to understand the existing trail network, both the sanctioned in terms of the two Staten right-of-ways, Summer's Eve and Seven Stitches that move through it, but also all of the plethora of unsanctioned trails, many of which have been built over the last 10, 15 years. It's interesting to look back at older trail plans. You see a few trails through the area, and then you see just an increasing number over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So we wanted to understand that. And there's a total of 54 named trails that move through the land today. Next slide. In March, we wanted to undertake a discussion around housing. What are the community's housing needs? And how do we best begin to explain the need for a different approach to housing? Like in so many communities, many residents in Squamish want to continue to have the opportunity for single-family homes, despite the changing number attached to that single-family home. As we turn our minds to future growth management and good sustainable growth planning, we understand, well, single-family homes, while they might be desirable and they're part of the tradition in Canadian neighborhoods, they're not necessarily part of our future, at least not in the same way as they have been in the past. And we need to start moving towards townhomes as well as apartment opportunities, not only because we can bring them online at a cheaper price point, a price point that more people can afford, but also single-family home is wonderful, but it doesn't meet everyone's needs, especially downsizing or seniors, young couples, et cetera. So in March, we had a housing panel, and we, through our housing panel, had an opportunity to hear from both the city and your initiatives around subsidized housing, as well as from Rollin Associates, land economists, who were able to give both a regional as well as a development perspective on where the costs associated with bringing on new homes occurs in land, in infrastructure, and building materials, et cetera. And through that, as you can see on the screen, we looked in terms of the ideal neighborhood, and specifically wanting to apply this to North Crumpit. What would the ideal neighborhood for North Crumpit look like, according to these 5 items and big metrics on the left, in terms of the development footprint? The ideal neighborhood would have a compact development footprint. And so we understood then that the detached single family, being low density, really doesn't create compact development footprint. In contrast, the attached, the orange bar, or the attached in the brown bar, move us much better to providing homes and yet still maintaining a compact development footprint. Likewise for infrastructure, having lower infrastructure costs. Attached and apartment forms do better in terms of the cost per home than, say, single family. The opposite then is true in terms of civic amenities. We all want, every community wants to have as much civic benefit as we can for our citizens. And so we see again, the low density of single family really doesn't create either the neighborhood diversity of housing type or really bring the same as civic amenities as are possible with townhomes or even apartment forms. And then finally, housing costs. I think it's most clearly understood, maybe at an intuitive level, that the most expensive home will be the single family. The least expensive home will be the townhouse or apartment. And again, that was kind of borne out in our panel discussion. So applying this to Crumpit Woods, the question is, well, how do we best use the lands available, those low constrained lands? And how do we bring the best benefit for the community on board? Not in terms of a development application, that may or may not come later, but really in terms of public planning. What best serves the needs of the community, both housing needs as well as the larger OCP goals, given North Crumpit's position within Squamish. Next slide. So our design process over the last year and a half has been to try and get it right. And while that's easy to say, it's hard to do, especially in such a community like Squamish, where people are really engaged and they really care about how we grow and where we grow and whether we should grow at all. So it's been a really good engagement. Our baseline, our focus has not only been staff, but also your OCP, your 2040 OCP, and of course, then moving through the sanction authorized 10-step process. Fundamental to your OCP, and I must give congratulatory recommendation in it, is this idea of conservation planning principles. And that's very much what Ekistics, what I've been doing for the last 25 years in our consultancy around the globe. And it's very much written into the DNA of your OCP. So we were able to take your conservation development principles and create what I call the conservation framework, which is let's set aside land right from the start that doesn't fit the needs for community development. And so we were able to establish that, include not only the biophysical constraints, but also the legal constraints. And in doing that step, then start generating different options for land uses within the remaining lowly constrained lands. Next slide, please. So the conservation framework is really geared around protecting what's important. And in doing so, then directing growth. Rather than just having growth run willy-nilly over the community and kind of hoping for the best, we don't need to do that. And so based on good scientific studies done by a series of dedicated specialists in the field, we're able to, again, map out the steep slopes, map out both the riparian and terrestrial ecosystems, ecological areas, areas of geotechnical concern, as well as wildlife movement kind of routes, tendencies, so that we had a full understanding. Next slide. And then with that understanding, looking at where needed infrastructure will need to go, like the extension of Westway Avenue as the collector, the Link Valley Cliff through the site down to Loggers East, and look at where a development wouldn't need to go. And that area of where it doesn't need to go is what's represented in the conservation framework, that kind of green overlay, which is approximately 70% of the land. So 7 out of every 10 acres is been set aside, identified, set aside. Not all of it is environmentally sensitive, but all of it contributes to that conservation principled approach to good sustainable planning. Next slide, please. Once we understood the areas that made sense for future community growth and development, and areas that we wanted to step away from and protect, then the trick is, well, how do we start connecting those with public road systems, with public water and sanitary utilities, et cetera, in a pattern so that it's walkable, so that it can feel like a future home and not necessarily suburbia in our community. We've all had enough of that. So how do we get beyond kind of suburbia? And so over the last 25 years, we've had a good opportunity to work not only with municipal engineers, but also at the provincial level with Ministry of Transportation and Highway, developing specialized street standards and cross sections for hillside environments. The idea being, how do we lessen the environmental impact of roads? They might be necessary, but a road is not a road. There are good roads and there's poor roads in terms of how they perform in a hillside environment. And so part of the planning then, of course, picking up on your OCP was the extension of the Westway Avenue identified in orange, which moves through Crumpit, North Crumpit, and eventually tying down into Loggers East neighborhood. And then with that, and complementing that then pattern of local streets that move both to the east as well as the west, including a public emergency access to ensure looping of water as well as public access and emergency fire flow. And in doing so, not only providing a public structure for directing community growth, but also then satisfying that need to provide access to lands beyond and specifically providing access to the neighbors in the form of the First Nation lands that have both access to potential and future growth areas just on the edge of the neighborhood. Of course, looking at then a street standard that's designed around hillsides, we're looking at not only how to fit that street within the hillside environment, but also how do we do more than that? How do we have dark sky lighting? How do we have low impact rainwater management? And how do we make the street at the end of the day enjoyable to use as a pedestrian or on your bicycle, as well as perhaps in your car? Next slide. So working with InterCAD engineers who we've long since developed street cross sections with and designed standards with, then we have 3 different streets that are being proposed here: a collector street, that extension of Westway Avenue, that provides 2 lanes of traffic as well as opportunities for street trees and multi-use pathways for active transportation on both sides of the street. And then looking at local streets, also ensuring that every public street has a multi-use pathway on it to try and get us out of the car when it makes sense and where it makes sense, and provide beautiful neighborhoods, not just a neighborhood, but a beautiful neighborhood for the experience in our community. Next slide. And of course, your OCP looks at not only providing public infrastructure for water, sanitary utilities, and vehicle movement, but also how do we get beyond the car? And that's been a real focus of our work for the last 15 years, both in Royal Bay, in Victoria, as well as in the City of Mission, doing very large scale master plans and looking at how do we get people to shift their mode into the car. And of course, that's really rooted around gentler topography, or in the age of e-bike, maybe that's not so important, but making a beautiful and inviting atmosphere for people then to move through without those psychological barriers. So that sense of connectivity between trails, sidewalks, multimodal pathways, connecting us to community destinations, whether that be the school or the hospital, the downtown, or a mixed-use hub. And so you can see on the plan here, along the extension of the collector, we then have the proposed civic hub, opportunities for transit service, if and when, and hopefully soon, along that road, as well as then safe crossings, including underpasses, to try and ensure the integration of the existing trail network within the public street network to really have a seamless sense of active transportation within the community. And you might just be able to see a slight kind of yellow ring around that. The yellow ring marks both a 5 minute walk and a 10-minute walk. And we're at about 95% of the neighborhood is within a 10-minute walk of the future civic hub on the extension of Westway, including 10 minutes within the Valley Cliff Elementary School kind of destination as well. Next slide, please. So at this point, having set aside the community conservation framework, looked at how can we develop those lowly constrained lands with a public street system that respects the topography and provides a welcoming environment for active transportation within a 5 to 10 minute walk of a civic hub. We then looked at, well, how do we best use those lands? And I think rather than just showing the 2D plans, we're going to switch now, if we can, to the video. And Matt has been practicing this all morning, and so we'll see how we can move between it. The video is 3 minutes, and it takes us through 3 different options: an option A, an option B, and an option C, the development footprint of which remains largely the same across all of them. What we focused on is how can we best achieve the goals outlined in the OCP in terms of diversity of housing, in terms of amount of community amenity contribution, in terms of the amount of public park dedication. And there's different approaches, as you would imagine. And so that's really what options A, B, and C then each provide. We're so close. And we're just going to share it now. I can find a width. So as Matt does this, maybe I'll just speak to the options that we'll see in just a minute. I think unlike many development proposals, North Crumpit planning process is fundamentally different. This is not a private sector development push. This is really an opportunity to work as a community to develop a shared vision around how should Squamish grow. And within this designated growth area that's within 3 to 5 minutes of downtown, how do we grow in the best possible way? So here we're looking at what we call the structuring concept. It's a plan option. And you can see on the right-hand side, the different color coding, the yellow being single family, the orange townhomes, the red apartment, and mixed use. And as you can see, we've dropped down into the southeastern area, just above Ravens Plateau. You can see that eastern terrace and then that central valley through which the existing hydro and Fortis corridors run. And that's really the extension opportunity for Westway Avenue to Loggers East. And it's around that area that we have the opportunity for that mixed use heart, as we can see next to Highland Park. In option B, the enhanced, we looked at, are there opportunities to move from single family to townhouse up to apartment in order to provide more homes within this very limited development footprint? And in doing so, to bring on more of the protected natural areas as public parkland, knowing their recreational assets and values to the community. When we fly down and we look at the kind of view impact from downtown, we see that North Crumpit, much like Valley Cliff, is largely hidden from downtown. And yet it has spectacular opportunities for neighborhood views over top of the valley. Again, with a variety of both townhomes and apartments within this neighborhood on the edge of nature, with literally trails as part of your larger backyard. And then we'll move from the enhanced option B to what we call the benchmark option C. The benchmark option C has a larger mixed-use center along the collector. It has more apartment, more townhouse, and therefore less single family. And it brings on even more of the natural protected areas as public park, with the extension of Smoke Bluff Park, as well as the extension of what we call Sunset Ridge, bit of a working title for ourselves, in the northwest corner as it sits proud above the valley. Again, the public road system has been designed with engineers according to built and vetted hillside street standards that provide access with that active transportation systems, not only within North Crumpit, but also to First Nation lands as our neighbors. And as you can see, we're pulling back through the High Valley onto what we call the East Terrace. And the neighborhood has beautiful light, not only of the Squamish Chief and the surrounding mountaintops, but also of the water. When we go back to the slideshow then, thank you very much, Matt. Your heart rate can maybe lessen now that that's over. The switch was a little challenging. There we go. One slide back. And yeah, that's it. So when we look at those three options and we start comparing them.
Matt, we can't see the presentation.
There we are. Thank you for your patience. So when we look at those three options, A, B, and C, what we call the foundation, enhance, and benchmark, we see that all of the options respond to the environment, to good neighborhood planning in terms of diversity, as well as providing adequate recreation. As we move from the foundation to the enhanced, we're increasing the amount of potential units from 1,400 potential units to 1,600, a third of which are still ground oriented. And though those are important metrics in good community design, good urban design, is how do we bring density in a format that still allows a sense of neighborliness? and ground orientation, where everyone has their own front door, et cetera, is a key factor in having a healthy, kind of happy and diverse neighborhood. So option A, opportunity for up to 1,400 homes, 40% of which is ground oriented. We move into option B, looking at 1,600 homes, as I say, option C, even up to 1,800 homes. These weren't targets for us. These were, well, what if we did something more with these lands? What would it go for? And is this an opportunity to further realize some of the OCP goals? Where the sweet spot is, that's partly obviously our discussion with staff and with council on how much should this neighborhood try and take on in terms of a growth management target. We also then have opportunities to increase CAC, both whether that's affordable housing and the number of contribution of units from 190 all the way up to kind of 250. The amount of public parkland, obviously, there's lots of room to play there from a minimum of 5%, 8%, all the way up to the entire conservation reserve. Really depends on the appetite of the District of Squamish and how best we should look at managing those lands and the various recreational assets within those. And then final slide, please. The final slide is kind of the next steps. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much, Matt. So just just the next slide. We had it. There it is. Okay, yeah, well, we'll just leave it there. Okay, I don't. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. That is great. Thank you very much. So having developed an understanding of the land with the technical foundations, taken that out to the public, had stakeholder engagement, developed then a series of plan options, looking at the land with our consulting team and engineers, and then taking that out to the community as part of a second open house. We're back here with you to present an overview of those options that we've just done, and then look towards the next step. And the next step is step 7, where we move from options to what's the preferred option. And so there's a series of 10 items that we still need to resolve in terms of how best to go forward. And that will be done obviously in conjunction as a technical team, as well as with staff and yourself. And part of that is to confirm the land uses and densities, ensuring that there's sufficient density for a complete community. We need as many people living there, obviously, to support things not only like the civic hub, but also the viability of transit, the viability then of bringing on CACs and other community benefits to make that financially viable as it phases out over the years. Confirm the hillside street standard design criteria. This hillside street standards perhaps are new in Squamish. They're not in other parts and other communities that we've worked in. And so we really want to encourage good environmental practice and good pedestrian active transportation design within the community. We want to confirm the public emergency access routes to ensure that we're providing both safe infrastructure as well as fire response. We want to investigate the full length of that collector extension of Westway all the way down to Loggers East to make sure that it's viable and that it's feasible and can be part of the build out of this plan. We need to also confirm the alternate Fortis line within that collector road in order to minimize environmental impact if Fortis were to dig up their existing line right now, rather than twin it as proposed within these options. Number 6, we'd like to confirm the servicing development above the 200-meter elevation. And this is something that's come up in discussions with engineering staff. And I think there was direction in previous OCPs around trying to keep development servicing at 200 meters or less. I think at this point, it feels premature to be making those decisions as we're still working through the servicing exercises. So I hope that we have direction from council that we get to explore all the options to get the best bang for the infrastructure buck for the community going forward as part of the preferred plan. And likewise, we're wanting to confirm the public street network to access lands beyond, specifically First Nations. In an original conversation with them a year and a half ago, they expressed interest and desire to see future development potential retained on those lands. And so if the plan does not provide public access to their edges, then that development potential is precluded. And so that's obviously a concern for us We wanted to share that with you as council. Number 8, look at the tenure of the natural protected areas and the trails and climbing features and lookouts. Should it all be public? Should it not? How best to manage those assets going forward, and perhaps even in combination, not only with the district, but also with First Nations. To look at the and identify the community amenity priorities. There's so much to provide in a community like Squamish, from parks and affordable housing and infrastructure. And what are the priorities that council wishes to really focus on for North Crumpit and its planning? And then finally, to complete the technical findings. There's lots of work that we have done. It's documented and available. And then there's still more work to do in terms of testing the ideas. And it's really this testing part which separates a development proposal from good public planning. Public planning is all about, we don't need to guess, we don't need to hope, we can know. And so we want to undertake those technical studies, share the findings, and then be in a position to make a good technical decision on how best to manage growth, both within Squamish, but also within North Crumpit. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Council. We have about 3 minutes if you have a question for the proponent. Otherwise, we will flip over to staff. Okay, I'm not seeing. Oh, Councillor Rees.
Can you, without going into too much detail, sort of highlight where the areas above 200 meters might be that are potential development plan?
Yeah, absolutely. So if we bring on any of the plans. Right, that plan will be just fine. Yeah. So if we share it. So the 200-meter elevation is really limited to just a portion around and including the summit of Cougar Ridge. And really the Cougar Ridge is not accessible for development. It's part of that highly constrained area and therefore part of the conservation framework. However, just below, it's kind of the 185 to the 207 kind of range. So we're just straddling the 200 is an opportunity to bring on development and also bring on access to Cougar Ridge for park and recreation, as well as a potential water storage reservoir for the community that would provide fire flows and kind of a clean engineering solution for the neighborhood. So that's really the only place within Crumpit Woods that has the 200 meter. There's a small area that's shared with First Nations also on the far western edge. And again, those lands are really right on the cusp, 198 to 203. And so there's an opportunity to, as part of the regrading of some of those lands in order to accommodate future development, that could be brought under, a 200 meter. But the 200 meter line, it's an important line. It's part of your policy, but it's one of those lines that if a water reservoir is provided above that, then the line and its significance diminish, if not entirely go away.
Okay, go to Councillor Stoner and Councillor Herford and just making sure these are questions that the proponent needs to answer that staff can't take care of.
Yeah, just very briefly, I'm just curious about, none of your maps have scales on them. So how, for example, how long is the proposed local collector road that goes at the top? Like, I'm just curious about distance on your maps.
And so both are provided on there. I think the from the orange intersection with the collector, I think it's just over 1 kilometer up to the western property line. And if you'd like, we are happy to provide all of those kind of segments and measurements. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I found the video helpful to provide some elevation, although I'm quite familiar with the area, but topo lines would have been helpful in future, or more emphasis of that, because that is one of the sticking points with that we're discussing, is around that 200, not just the 200 line, but the others as well, to get an idea. Which brings me to actually this here shows your 5-minute and your 10-minute walk, which is generally accepted on a direct line flat. So I'm curious what how you consider this from a functionality standpoint, from an actual walk time, how you incorporate that in your planning processes, this one or others that you've done, because by the same logic, it's 228 kilometers to Kamloops, but to drive there, to actually get there, it's 417. So applying the same principle here, because we're not talking about something that is unencumbered, there'll be different directions and there's elevation to account for. So how do you address that generally? And I'll probably ask the staff the same for perspective on the same question later.
Absolutely. No, a good question. There is no sleight of hand here, as I say. This is really good public planning. So remember that the 5-minute and 10-minute, there's a planning concept. And essentially is, can we have kind of psychologically free movement? Well, how long is that? 5-10 minutes, to prevent you from necessarily getting in the car. So that's the spirit of why that 5 and 10 is there. 400 meter, 800 meter. In the AGV bikes, that's a game changer. We're seeing that in neighborhoods, both in the Okanagan as well as on the North Shore, where we're doing work, where e-bikes are making something would be 5 minutes away, literally 2 minutes away. Now, without having to rely on technology like e-bikes, I think the idea is let's ensure that we're having as many people working and living close to the civic hub, close to our main transportation corridor, being the orange line, as we possibly can to support it. Knowing that, we want to try and weave the roads through the landscape in a way that also minimizes impacts and creates a beautiful experience. So we have a number of things we're trying to satisfy. And if we just chose one thing to satisfy, the plan might look different. But again, we're not trying to do a brutalistic approach to the land with big cuts and big fills, et cetera. So we're trying to weave our roads through it, work with the land, and in doing so, then identify opportunities where we could have clusters or enclaves of different types of housing. And then try and link that not only with trails, but also with sidewalks and multimodal trails.
I'm being very quick. Thank you. Just as this map was up, there's the rockfall hazard area at the far east. What do we call that? The East Terrace.
Yes.
And that particular corner where it dips in, I saw was in, I think all iterations has some quite high density there. I'm just curious if you could quickly cover the hazard from your perspective in that particular area.
Yes, absolutely. So that area has been identified by Contour Geotechnical as a historic slide area. It's stable now. And so part of the design has an opportunity. It's very gentle there outside of that slide area within the North Crumpit area where we have that looping road. There's an opportunity for a park, for roads, and even for an opportunity to have apartments that would then climb above and be able to frame that park with big views. In talking with Contour, they said the further study is needed in order to confirm that development could happen there, and if mitigation could be put in place to ensure that that development would be safe. If it can't, well, then that park and those development sites can be swapped around so that the buildings are out of harm's way, and you can still have recreation, still have looping public infrastructure as part of the neighborhood design.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we'll move on to the staff presentation now.
That's great. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Matt.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Gunn. I'm a community planner with the District of Squamish. Today, I am joined by Jonas Velnicius, Director of Community Planning. We also have Leslie Douglas, Senior Environmental Specialist, and David Rolston, Manager of Municipal Infrastructure, and my colleague Asia Philp, available for questions if they come up. Today, I will be presenting the North Crumpit Neighbourhood Plan Step 6 Engagement Summary. The neighbourhood planning process is part of an OCP amendment application by the landowner, and if the application is successful, the plan would be adopted as a schedule to our OCP. There is a bit of overlap with what we just heard from Paul, so I'll try and breeze through it quickly. The North Crumpit Plan is part of a 10-step planning process, which is endorsed by Council in July of 2021, and we're at the end of Step 6. Just move along. As noted in the delegation presentation, the project team began by creating a conservation framework for the property and a transportation network to provide access to development nodes. 3 neighborhood design options were then created with different land uses across the various development nodes. Across the 3 land use plans, the road and development network remains constant. However, there were variations in the form of housing within the development nodes, the total number of residential units, the number of affordable housing units, the amount of commercial space, and the amount of public parkland. Key metrics have been highlighted by the applicant in the staff report. Of note, the land use plans support between 1,400 and 1,800 dwelling units, between 180 and 248 affordable housing units, and between 2,000 and 15,000 square feet of commercial space. Several engagement activities took place in Step 5 and 6. The project team engaged the community on housing options, developed 3 neighborhood designs, and presented these to residents and stakeholders at 2 public information meetings and a stakeholder meeting. There is extensive detail about the engagement activities and responses in the staff report. And in the following slide, I'll provide a brief summary of feedback received in a couple of the different activities. In the community survey, several important considerations were identified by residents and stakeholders. These included a desire for environmental preservation and protection in the development, the importance of retention of recreational trails, the importance of including more diverse and affordable housing forms in 10 years. The most desirable of these housing forms that were identified through the engagement were compact single-family homes, cottage clusters, duplexes, and townhouses. There was a desire for retail options, such as a grocery or a cafe. And then there was a desire for improvement of transportation infrastructure and safety through Valley Cliff in that engagement. And then following the development of design options, neighborhood design options, and the presentation of these to the community, participants provided feedback that can be summarized in several themes. The first was the importance of environmental protection. This is echoing things that we heard in early engagement, both in this step and previous steps. Over half of respondents were supportive of a conservation framework approach that was used in the planning process for North Crumpit. Management of these lands by the district was the preferred option moving forward. The importance of trails and connectivity was again highlighted. There was broad support for the preservation of trails in the areas as an amenity. The majority of participants supported the proposed multi-use path network, and over half of participants supported a connector road from from North Crumpit to Loggers East neighborhood. Different opinions were expressed regarding housing forms. Some expressed a preference for more single-family. Others supported higher density housing forms. The majority of participants did not support greater density in exchange for affordable housing or more amenities. With regards to specific plan options, 39% of respondents were supportive of plan option A, primarily because this is the least dense plan with the most single-family homes. 23% of respondents were supportive of option B. That was seen as a good balance between the various options. And then 28% of respondents were supportive of plan C, and this was due to the additional park space and higher density in respondents' words or answers. And then finally, in stakeholder meetings, we heard additional input, such as a desire for there to be no net trail loss, a desire for the land not to be developed, and a desire for technical reports to be completed and reviewed. Moving forward, the next step in the planning process is to develop a preferred neighborhood plan. There are several key considerations for development of this plan, which are listed on the screen. And the remainder of this presentation, I want to focus on these items, which are reflected in the report to council staff recommendations. I do want to highlight that from a staff perspective, there are still some important questions to be addressed, which may influence whether staff will be supportive of the conservation framework, land use plan, and infrastructure network as currently proposed. While the final land use plan that the applicant submits for consideration is at the discretion of the applicant, approval of that plan will be, of course, at the discretion of council. The first item relates to environmental values. A site bioinventory, which was completed by the applicant project team, has been used to inform the development of the design options, the neighborhood design options, which that site bioinventory is currently under review by staff. The review and completion of that review has been delayed due to capacity challenges for staff. And that has set up a situation where we've heard from some of the community residents and stakeholders concern about not having had a chance to review that document. So staff recommend that moving forward, that there's a pause in development of a preferred neighborhood plan until the proposed conservation framework can be reviewed in relation to an accepted site bioinventory. We see that as a very important piece that we want to get that finished, have a chance to review it and look at it in comparison to the conservation framework. And so we are in the process of finishing a third-party review of wildlife values that'll be completed and provided the applicant in the near time, along with related staff feedback. The applicant's team will then be asked to address any existing gaps in the inventory. And once completed, staff will accept that inventory. That'll lead to an opportunity for the inventory to be made public, and the project team will conduct a stakeholder workshop, and then we'll review the design options in relation to the site bioinventory. And if there are any misalignments, staff will highlight those to the applicant, and we'll provide that feedback. So there's still some important steps there with the site bioinventory. A second item included in the proposed road and servicing infrastructure that will be necessary. A second item includes the proposed road and servicing infrastructure that will be necessary to support the design options. Due to the relative isolated location of some of these development areas and the steep terrain, staff need to assess the feasibility of constructing roads and services to these development pockets. Further details are needed to determine whether the district's subdivision and development control bylaw can be met. And so moving forward, while it's possible for the landowner to request variances to road design and water main design regulatory requirements, there is a lack of policy or best practice rationale to support major variances, given the potential implication they would have on long-term maintenance and operations of district infrastructure. The third item relates to servicing over 200 meters that was discussed by the applicant. The OCP does include policy 96B, which is to not extend municipal water and sewer servicing to areas located above an elevation of 200 meters, unless for public health reasons. The intention of this policy is to reduce sprawl, encourage efficient infrastructure, and control asset management costs. The applicant has asked staff to consider some development and infrastructure above 200 meters in elevation. They indicated that these development areas are important to project viability, and they do represent an addition of between 40 and 54 affordable housing units. However, moving forward, staff do recommend the applicant be directed to remove development nodes above 200 meters that do not align with existing policy or regulations. The fifth item is alignment of the proposed road parallel to sections of a proposed Fortis pipeline, which is identified in red on the screen. The road along this alignment would be part of the route connecting Valley Cliff to Loggers East. It is important to ensure that there are no significant challenges maintaining district utilities located alongside a gas line. And so moving forward, if reasonable utility maintenance within a road right-of-way shared with a Fortis pipeline cannot be resolved, staff recommend the applicant redesign the road network. A trade-off highlighted by the applicant is the possibility that should the road and services not follow the pipeline, the existing route in blue may be used, which would have impact to ESAs. The next item for consideration relates to land uses. The OCP includes specific policies related to this property. Proposed land uses do provide a range of housing options in alignment with the OCP policy. Option C provides the lowest proportion of the most expensive housing forms and is best in line with the intention of these policies. Option C also provides the best alignment between the proposed employment space and the expected retail demand. The OCP also specifies support for increased density when that density enables a complete walkable community. To the neighborhood districts, the Central Valley and the Eastern Slopes do offer easy walkable distances to amenities such as retail and transit. However, the Western Rise does not closely align with a walkable neighborhood intent. So moving forward, staff recommend the preferred neighborhood plan incorporate the residential and commercial land uses proposed in option C within the Central Valley and the Eastern Slopes, and that more consideration be given to the Western Rise. A sixth item for consideration are public parks. park dedication in the options ranges from 20 to 80 acres across plans A, B, and C. While the design options include community parks with valued trails, the proposed parks may not meet parks acquisition intentions from the Parks and Rec Master Plan. First, it's important to ensure a suitable amount of flat walkable land is available as neighborhood parks. And in addition, significant areas of the proposed parks are ESAs, which doesn't meet the park acquisition guidelines. So staff recommend further refinement of the neighborhood park dedication to ensure the plan meets the intent of the Parks and Rec Master Plan and the park acquisition guidelines. Finally, public access to protected areas is an important consideration. The trails do have a lot of value to the community, and that's come up over and over again. The three plan options provide between 39 and 58% of the land as protected natural areas. In addition, 2 to 4% of the land is identified for commercial recreation. And at this time, there is a lack of clarity about ownership of the land and public access. And so moving forward, the preferred neighborhood plan should provide clarity regarding whether there's secure public access to the trail network within the protected natural areas and commercial recreation lands. The engagement summary does summarize a lot of input that came from the community over the process, but we did receive 4 letters in the last 24 hours, and I just wanted to highlight that those came in. They did go to council, so you will have them in your mail, but just as a quick summary of those items that didn't get included in the engagement summary, 2 letters are supportive of the development, with one indicating C is their preferred option, and the other supportive of the project in general, but requesting single-family housing be supported in adjacent areas to existing properties to preserve the character. And then one letter was received from the Squamish River Watershed Society. The letter indicated that they were not supportive of the conservation framework given the lack of review against the bio inventory and OCP policies, similar to the or I guess that reflects that timing that we're working on with the bio inventory. It also included concerns that conservation framework does not meet OCP policy regarding watershed needs. There are concerns regarding the impact of development on environmental values and wildlife, and concerns regarding the overlap of ESAs and recreation areas, as well as parkland. And then another letter was received from My Sea to Sky, which highlighted a number of concerns within the project. These include habitat loss and fragmentation, climate impacts, changes to ecosystem function, community resilience and health, the number of proposed units, traffic safety, development along gas pipeline, and public engagement. And these letters will come to council again as part of a public hearing process and are being reviewed by staff and the project team. This concludes the presentation. Staff recommend that council receive the staff report and endorse the proposed engagement plan. No, and endorse the engagement summary with the comments discussed in this presentation. Endorse moving towards, endorse moving towards development of a neighborhood plan, preparation of a neighborhood plan. Geez, I just messed up the end there. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's move to the preferred plan and address these considerations and give us your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Gunn. I'm wondering if you can put back up the slide, and we may have to switch slides a few times as people ask other questions, but that one that highlighted the items you're particularly interested in hearing about, it's one of your first slides. I'm just thinking it might be useful for some context as we start asking questions. No, it's a little bit denser point form, but you said it was some areas in particular staff was looking for feedback on.
The motion, that one?
Oh, it's the same as what's in the motion. Okay. All right. I'll go to Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'm going to start by asking the same question I asked and earlier around the sort of the planning principle of that 5-minute walk and 10-minute walk and how staff's considering that when they assess this. I can, from your comments, it said I think you said does not closely align with those goals. So how are you taking this from a planning principle to a practical, a practical number to make that assessment?
Through the mayor. A general rule of thumb that we use for walkability to transit is 450 meters. That's also used by BC Transit. And so there certainly is, and we don't have a map where we've identified the distances to all of the different development nodes from the civic hub. But having done a little bit of hand drawing on the maps, there's a bulk of the residences that are in the Central Valley and the eastern area that are within walking distance. As you climb up the end, gain elevation moving to the west, that distance is exceeded for certainly a number of those nodes. And as you climb up there's a strata road and some roads that branch off of the larger road. And so those from in our consideration seem to be less walkable than those more central areas and are less aligned with the policy. I think there are opportunities to discuss how they might become more sustainable as a area, but certainly there's concern about the possibility for those to become very car dependent neighborhood areas. And so at this point, we're raising that concern, something we'd like to discuss, and we have highlighted that we'd like to talk about additional options to try and address sustainability. But there are certainly areas that are more closely aligned with that policy, and that's what we've tried to highlight.
Yeah, thank you. I think for myself, it'd be beneficial to see sort of what that looks like. 'Cause it's not this radial assessment. It's probably more like a heat map of this is the rough polygon that's within 5 minutes, and this is one within 10. So, more or less something that's a little bit more realistic would be helpful. I think I was curious. One of the slides that showed the option preferences showed percentages, but what was the overall vote count? Like, is the difference between those percentages a human, or is it a larger selection so that the percentages are actually represented by, hundreds of people? So how many people were surveyed so I can better understand those percentages?
The percentages on
There was a slide of the preferred choices between ABC. It was expressed as percentages, and maybe it was in the report, but I missed the overall number.
Yeah, so it is in the report. I don't have it at the top of my head, but I can dig it up as we go, or perhaps, yeah, we'll have staff support getting that answer while we continue the conversation. Yeah.
So I have Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. So the residential market study suggests the neighborhood will support a gas station. I was a little surprised to see that phrase, and I'd like to hear from staff on this. Are we better off avoiding a sunset phrase like that, something more generic in terms of fueling vehicles?
Through the mayor. So first off, as context, to their credit, the applicants have been interested in trying to understand and work with us on the desire to have a neighborhood node, a hub with services that could be part of that walkable neighborhood. And so that study was not something that was imposed or requested by the district. It was something that they had pursued. I think the study, the major intent was to identify the amount of commercial space that could be supported given the population. And there were a list of some items that, given what was currently available in the adjacent neighborhoods, might be supportable. But there's no commitment at this point to any of those uses. There are a list of things that might be supported and could be considered, but I think that's at a more fine-grained level of consideration than we're at right now. The report is simply, here are some things that aren't in the area that could be supported, and here's the amount of space that could be supported.
Okay, great. And I went searching for a little context around the 200 meters above sea level limit and zeroed in on the top of Thunderbird Ridge. And that tops out at about 235 meters. There's a water reservoir built into the rock at about that 235 meter mark. So we do have infrastructure already in existence well above 200 meters. So I'm looking for any thoughts staff might have on the lived experience of having that water reservoir up above Thunderbird Ridge and its its limitations above 200 meters? And does that conversation even apply to this discussion we're having at Crumpit?
Yeah, I think we've got just the guy to help us with that question.
Through the mayor, yes, we do. The district does have some water infrastructure above 200 meters. So that primarily includes reservoirs. We have 3 or 4 reservoirs that extend above 200 meters. And then there would be the pipe that extends from developed areas up to those reservoirs as well. So the lived experience is that they're just part of our infrastructure system. They are maintained. There's no particular challenges with those reservoirs. The 200-meter policy is really to, as Matt indicated in his presentation, is to encourage compact infrastructure. And so moving beyond just reservoirs, those are relatively isolated pieces of infrastructure. I think this policy really gets into piping and extending extensive pipe networks above that 200-meter mark. And so the district staff has indicated some willingness to be flexible in terms of allowing reservoirs to extend above that 200-meter mark in the North Crumpit area, but to keep development below that mark. Because in order to service development up to 200 meters, there would need to be a reservoir considerably higher in order to have enough water pressure to service the neighborhood. So we have indicated some flexibility to allow limited infrastructure such as reservoirs, and also to allow some limited piping if it's owned by a strata. So if there's a pocket parcel that could be serviced by extending a strata pipe from the municipal system, a small amount above 200 meters. That's also an area that staff have indicated some willingness to consider.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Mr. Olson, Mr. Gunn, my question really follows from Councillor French and maybe a little bit of repetition. I am very curious about this 200-meter elevation policy and its rationale. Just quote from the development proponent's statement, quote, "It would be helpful to have the district itemize why they will not support municipal infrastructure servicing development over 200 meters in elevation." It's clear from the reports in front of us that there's a lot at stake here, not least for the development proponent, but also for different benefits and contributions that may come forward. I have in front of me a copy of the 2005 Growth Management Strategy. It was our first growth management strategy outlining proposals, recommendations for a boundary, including elevation. Now, at that time in 2005, there was the council of the day had a very strong emphasis on downtown development, waterfront development. And this is apparent throughout this growth management strategy. And I don't need to repeat, it's in virtually every paragraph, how we should look to how we can favor downtown development. There was even concern, especially as the recession came, as to how we should go about doing this in 2008. So the OCP was under review then. Where I'm coming to is the recommendations regarding elevation in that growth management strategy. And I'll quote, "Limit urban development in the community who took active part in observing the 2005 and that period of time." I've forgotten how we got to that 200-meter elevation, and this is really the gist of my question. In sympathy with the request of the development proponent, I'd like to know more about the rationale, and I was interested to hear about the potential for flexibility, strata, not only pipelines, but maybe even other alternatives to road and how that might fit with our subdivision development control bylaw. But in my view and under my recall, there was a lot of ideals, and to some extent that 200-meter level was arbitrary. It was arbitrary from the beginning because Council of the Day wanted development on the downtown waterfront. I wonder if you could comment on where we can go further in understanding better the rationale of the day and how it has evolved for that 200-meter level.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I hear your question about more information about the rationale for the initiation of that policy. Certainly, we've had this discussion with the applicant as well. What I can say, and I don't have the answer to the question. What I can say is that when we were working on the current OCP, we began by looking at the existing OCP policies and reviewed them in the context of our needs today and our desires to manage our growth moving forward. And so we discussed, we did investigate to try and see if there was further information about why the 200 meters was used. Didn't find it at that time. So we planning and engineering discussed at the time what would be appropriate moving forward. And from those discussions, it was determined that that 200-meter policy was something that was of use to the district and provided benefit. And so it was incorporated into the current OCP. I think I'll hand it over to Mr. Rolston to talk a little bit more about why that is of use to the district, and we can provide that clarity.
Through the mayor. So as a general principle, I think the 200-meter policy is very similar to some of the rationale that was used in establishing the growth management boundary to encourage compact infrastructure, to reduce asset management costs, operating and maintenance costs, and to avoid sprawl. Beyond that, from getting into the specifics of our water system, from our well field, we pump water up to 135 meters. So that's where, from Powerhouse Springs, we're pumping water. Any development that goes above that is going to require further pumping. And so the higher you go up the hill, the more pumping is required, and also additional storage is required in order to provide fire storage and adequate pressure for development. So the 200-meter number, I haven't seen any specific study that points to a technical reason why that exact number was chosen. I think it's just the general principle that the higher we go, the more infrastructure is required in terms of pumping and storage, greater energy costs. And then there are some secondary benefits as well that I don't think were really envisioned when this policy was established, but also that the higher we go, the greater snow clearing and other costs would be incurred through development.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have another question.
Councillor Anderson, that's been a little over 5 minutes, so I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner and we'll come back around.
Thank you. Through the chair, a few questions. I'm curious if this site bioinventory and the ongoing work with that will account for habitat connectivity. So I appreciate the conservation frameworks mentioned habitat connectivity as one of the components, but as I look at kind of the overlaid map, there is no east-west corridor for habitat connectivity. And so I'm just curious at what point that gets accounted for.
Through the mayor, thank you for that question. I am going to bring in our new senior environmental specialist, Leslie, who we're very happy to have on board, who I will let answer that question.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Through the mayor, we are anticipating that information to come to us in the next steps. So as Matt outlined in his presentation, we have 4 next steps for the conservation framework. So we do anticipate that to come forward in those next steps. I can't give you a timeline on that yet at this point.
But that will be included in the kind of site bioinventory work?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. My other question was, there's a lot of reference to small lot single unit dwellings. And I'm just curious how we're defining that. How small is a small lot?
Through the mayor, at this point, that hasn't been defined within the planning department. We often think of our RS3 zone as a small lot, but we haven't delved into some of these specifics at this point. They've been more general concepts around housing forms. Yeah, so we don't have specifics yet.
Okay. And so then my follow up to that is one of the policies that we put in place in 2020 speaks to support rezoning applications that pursue as much or more residential density than was possible under the RS1 zone. So that was part of the OCP amendment that we brought in. And I know the staff report says that we haven't really done the due diligence on how many units would be allowed under the RS1. And I'm just curious where we're at relative to what's on the table as a proposal versus what was previously allowed.
Yeah, through the mayor, thanks. That is a good question. I will actually, so as background to that, that question will become very important when we start to discuss CACs. And so we recognize that it is something that we're going to have to delve into and spend some time looking at. We have had discussion with the project team to identify that need, and they have offered to do some work to identify what they think, because we have a lot more information now about what the landscape can support, as opposed to what we had when we were, talking about the zoning and when that policy was drafted. So we're in a much better position to understand what could have been supported or what could be supported under RS1. And the project team has offered to be able to do some work to help flesh that out. And so that when we get to the point where we start talking about CACs, that's certainly going to be a precursor to that discussion. But I hear you. Are we offering more density? Like from doing some very crude estimates, it does seem like there's a significant increase in the number of units above what would be possible at RS1. But I might ask if they're interested, if the project team might be able to provide any insight into that question, or if that is something that needs more work to answer.
Happy to provide through the chair if I may.
Oh yeah, I should have asked you. Sorry. I might ask if you want to ask. Oh, through the chair, yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep it very brief. I'd like to try and keep this to staff, but I guess I'll let it slide this one time.
Apologies.
Great. Just briefly, if there is identified approximately 50 acres of potential development lands outside of the conservation framework, outside of public road infrastructure and so on. And if you say, well, a typical RS1 lot might achieve a 4 homes per acre, a 4 UPA, 4 times 50, or you're about 200 units, give or take, right? So as Matt said, we're currently doing a plan for staff to review and confirm that number. That is very important going forward. But I think as an estimate, maybe 250 is a useful baseline. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That is helpful. I have a few more quick questions. There's reference to commercial recreation as a designation, and I'm just curious what would fall under that.
Through the chair, there are that is a question that it hasn't been well defined. I think there was some mention in the materials from the applicant that I think there were some references to potentially guiding. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it has not been. Oh, I almost. Is it possible to reach out to ask for one more answer to that question from them? I believe guiding was one of the elements, and I don't remember the others.
Yeah, if maybe we'll go on to the next question, they can pass on the answer to you.
And then one other question, and I think this is also in your next steps, Mr. Gunn.
Yep.
The protected natural areas, are those considered different than the designations of public park?
Yeah, through the chair. Again, that is a question that we've asked, and there is a lack of clarity on. To this point, there hasn't been confirmation about what the ownership would be of those lands or whether there would be public access. So that's an unknown, and that is one of the things we need clarified to understand what those lands would be used for.
Okay, and then my last question is just to clarify. So the 3 options that have been provided by the proponent, they all have the same development footprint. They just vary the housing form, but there was no options provided around a differentiation in the footprint of the development. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, indeed, that is true. The footprint is the same between all 3 options. It was only the land uses that varied.
Did you have a response on the uses?
Yes. So through you, Chair, There are two definitions the proponents have identified in our zoning bylaw, and it's essentially, as Matt suggested, guiding to some accessory uses that go along with that. Could be retail, could be some facilities, but these are low impact commercial recreational activities essentially.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Race, Mayor Elliott, and then myself, and then we'll start going around again if we have time. Oh, sorry, Matt.
Through the chair, I do have the answer to Councillor Herford's earlier question about the options and percentages. Option A, which had 39%, that represented 27 respondents. Option B at 23% represented 16 respondents. Option C at 28% represented 19 respondents. And the no option, no support for any option, there were 7 people who chose that option.
Thank you, Councillor Race.
Thank you. And I'll probably do this in more than one shot, but let me just, if you could put a slide up, what I'm curious about is where the access to the Squamish Nation lands to the, I guess it's to the east, might come through naturally, where the preferred access might be to their lands. So it'd be more or less the left side of the screen.
Through the chair. So the lands beyond the First Nations owned land is referred to as the Z parcel. The Z parcel starts here and wraps around the development proposal parcel up to this point. There's also this land right here is owned by the applicant. This land is also owned by Squamish Nation. There's some Crown land down here. And then there's Smoke Bus Park, and in between Smoke Bus Park and the Z parcel, there's another small piece of land right here. The primary land that we have considered in terms of Squamish Nation interest is this piece right here, the Z parcel. And they have indicated access to the Z parcel right at this point right here. I take you can see my cursor. Yeah. There is another access that's possible. If a road is built down to Loggers East, the road would climb up through this parcel, which is owned by the applicant, but then would cross into the Z parcel in this location and could also provide access to that parcel. There's a question that's come up around this parcel right here. It's a small square parcel. As I said, it is currently Crown land, and in discussion with our real estate team, who, as part of the real estate strategy, has investigated the Crown land and commitments for the Crown land. In their investigation, they did not see that had anything other than Crown land as its future uses. But the applicant has said that the Squamish Nation has an option to purchase that land, and so there's a question around access to that parcel. We have not been able to confirm that, but that is information that we have received. So in discussion around access to lands beyond, the question has come up is that a parcel that we need to ensure that we provide access to? And so in discussion with the approving officer, one of the key discussions that have come up is, yes, we would want to provide access to that. We would be obligated to provide access to that if a road network could be built that met our regulatory requirements. If we are not able to have a road be built up to that area that meets the regulatory requirements, then we would not be obligated to provide access to that land.
Thank you. Changing the subject, one of the points on the motion is support in principle the residential and commercial land uses proposed in option C within the Central Valley and Eastern Slopes neighborhood districts. And so I take it, and maybe you could clarify, the western lands are not considered desirable for some reason. And I'm wondering if you could point out what lands might not be developed that we see there as potential development lands, and also whether or not the development is viable without them, or whether we'd contemplate adding density into the center and eastern portion in some fashion.
Yeah, through the chair, I would like to start out by just clarifying that the motion or that proposed recommendation does not suggest that we should sterilize the western portion of this property. It's that at this point, and maybe some context, in coming to this discussion with council, staff and the project team discussed a number of issues that were still outstanding that we wanted to address. The decision between the applicant and staff was to move forward with discussing this not as complete non-edible plans, but to talk about it as components that we could discuss as, what's working here, what are some challenges. And so that resolution is indicating support for what's in the Central Valley and the eastern portion, but that there are still outstanding questions around what's going on on the western parcel. And those are the questions around the servicing and and some of the sustainability walkable characteristics that align with the policies related to this parcel. So I do want to say that at this point, there's questions to be answered there before there would be support for that. It's not a question of no support for it. And in line with that, that is a hard question to answer as to where that boundary is between those, because it depends on what are the distances and the walkability and the road network and how what elements of the road network could meet our regulatory requirements. And at this point, we don't have clarity on the road and servicing and what can align with our regulatory requirements and policies. So we need a bit more information about that to answer that question.
And last question, then I'll pass the mic on. This discussion around conservation areas and parks, and I'm wondering if staff could advise the approach you're taking. And when I saw that, I thought back to Garibaldi Springs, where through that rezoning process, we recognized that there were lands being dedicated by the developer, but some of them were conservation areas where ultimately, apart from trails through them, the public would be discouraged from kind of going off trail because of their spawning areas and so forth. And some of them were active park areas where you might have playgrounds and different activities and so forth. And so I'm wondering if we're taking the same approach here for recognizing active park areas, and does that, if you just look at the areas that might be active parks, does that meet our standard? And if you look at the others as conservation areas, do we intend to kind of keep the public discouraged from going into them in any fashion? Is that kind of the direction we're going here?
Through the chair, I think those are really important questions and ones that have come up in consideration of what we have with the land uses that we're looking at. I would say first off that how lands are managed in terms of supporting or discouraging public access will need to be informed by the site bioinventory. And so that's one of the key things that we need to complete, which is why it's one of the recommendations we need to look at the conservation framework in relation to that site bioinventory to answer questions like that. So in absence of that information, we're not able to on the ground determine that. But once we have a site bioinventory, I think that would be something that we could look towards. Are there areas that are suitable to have public recreation, and are there areas that are unsuitable for public recreation? We have highlighted the concern with having the public parks overlapping with the ESAs in the report, and that falls within the need to and the recommendation to look at the public parks as they relate to our Parks and Rec master plan and park acquisition guidelines. And so my answer to your question is yes, and we are looking to finalize information on the inventory to help answer those questions and understand what lands are available for public access, because that is unclear at this point. Those two pieces we need to solidify, and then we can understand if the proposals will meet our park acquisition guidelines.
And just on this point, and with respect to the ownership, I mean, I know in Garibaldi Springs, they ended up, I think, all came to the district, and some of them were covenanted with a third party even. And so one way or the other, is that kind of the route we're going, or is there a position taken that they would be completely uncovenanted and just more or less remain with the applicant? Is that one of the directions the applicant's proposing?
The applicant has indicated that there are a few different options that are that they may pursue. It is, of course, park acquisition that falls within our subdivision process would certainly become district-owned properties, but there is a significant amount of land on here that is not proposed as park land, and the applicant has discussed a couple different scenarios with how that land would be owned, but nothing has been formally proposed, and so that was not part of the package. I think it does relate to two things. One, the amount of development that might be possible on the landscape, and they have indicated, understandably, that if there are areas of development on the property that are not possible due to the topics we're discussing here, that there are areas that are part of either proposed parks or the protected natural areas that would remain private and wouldn't become public or accessible areas. So there's that consideration. And then the other consideration is, I believe, around the CACs. There's going to be a question around what the value of CAC that might be a target of the districts, how that's established, and then how what they might offer might be valued. So how is the land valued? How is that balanced against other possible CAC items like affordable housing, recreation hub, all of those. So I think there's a bit of a complex set of considerations that we're still at the point of trying to get on the same page around what is the road network, what are the appropriate development nodes. That will then inform how much development is supported there and what the value of a potential amenity might be. And then I think a discussion around how the land might play into it, among other CACs. So it's still a bit early, I think, to answer some of those questions.
Thank you. I may have other questions, but thank you, Chair. I'll pass for now.
Mayor Elliott and then myself.
Mr. Gunn, in the bullet point, the third one about limiting infrastructure above 200 meters, I understand that except for the phrase or strata infrastructure beyond the extension of pipes. So could you just clarify that? What I heard you say is that if a strata wants to support it, we could entertain it. But just within the sentence here, whose pipes?
Through the chair, apologies for a lack of clarity, and we have David to provide clarity.
Through the chair. So the intent is that it would only be pipes, so no pump stations or reservoirs, because those are more complex infrastructure. And the district, we feel the district should be responsible for maintaining that type of critical infrastructure. Pipes are more simple to operate and maintain. And so the intent here is that we would allow or support a pipe that extends above 200 if it's owned and maintained by a strata. There are some kind of specific issues that need to be considered. So for instance, a pipe could only service one strata. We wouldn't want to have a pipe servicing multiple stratas, because if one strata dissolved, now there's complications as to who's maintaining the pipe. So there would be some specific conditions that would need to be considered. But in general, if there's a spur pipe that extends above 200 meters and services a single strata, that's the type of thing that we could consider supporting.
But is there not also risk that the strata would just fail or not build up the reserves required to fix that pipe, which is something that we've seen in the regional district? So then it comes back to the city. So are there conditions we can put in place to manage our risk if that's the case?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's a good question, and I think it's something that would require further considerations. As a general principle, we do have extensive development throughout the community where there are on-site services that service strata properties. So this is not something new. I think the only kind of unique consideration here is the elevation aspect.
Thank you. Mr. Gunn, the last bullet, support in principle the conservation framework and ensure secured public access to the depicted existing or rerouted trails in line with OCP policies. But then I just heard us discuss that the site inventory might show that
actually human beings shouldn't be in certain areas because it is having a detrimental effect. And a lot of these trails are named, but some of them are not. And so I wonder if there's an openness to changing the wording there to say secured public access to the trail network in line with OCP and the site bioinventory findings.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, absolutely. I think the intention was to recognize that the trails are an important asset, and it appears that the community has quite a strong attachment to them, and would be, I think, very sad to lose access to them. So we wanted to integrate that into something we were working towards and align with the OCP policies. But for sure, there are tensions between the impact trail networks are having on environmental areas, and so certainly open to that. I think there's always an assumption that that would be a consideration, but certainly open to clarifying that in the motion.
Okay, thank you. When this comes back with a preferred neighborhood concept, will we be able to show on that more specifically which lands are above 200 meters and also the grade of the roads getting there? And I guess my question comes from the fact that the impacts of going behind or above 200 meters, as Mr. Ralston said, are cumulative. So infrastructure gets more expensive, but so does road maintenance. We may not be able to get transit up there. There's emergency access pieces that are involved. So I just want to understand when this comes back visually, where we're making exceptions to the rule and how much of this road network is above 12%. Because there's a few times a year where we can't even get people up to the Highlands on their major access roads, and our plows and salting were there all morning just trying to maintain access. And if we create that all over the district, we're in big trouble operationally. So is that possible at that kind of level of detail when step 7 comes back to be able to show that?
Through the mayor. Okay, a few things. First off, the areas that are above 200 meters are in the staff report. There are maps of all 3 options with the amount of terrain. And I do have a map of the entire district where areas above 200 meters identified. If anybody wants to see it, I could put it up on the screen. The other thing I do want to say is we have said to the applicant that we are very interested in seeing that detailed road design, and that is an important part of the consideration. There is a bit of a tension around how far do we expect them to go with their detailed planning versus giving an indication of support and looking at land use plan and saying, in general, this is something that might be supported, but can be worked out over time. But this piece, the road network, staff feel is quite fundamental to supporting some of these development nodes. And so we have indicated that we do want to know, we want detailed information that shows compliance with policies and regulations before we are comfortable being supportive of a land use option. And so, yes, for sure, development of a preferred neighborhood plan will be informed by detailed information. At least that's staff's request, that we have detailed information that shows that that road network can comply with our regulatory structures. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. I just have comments left, Chair.
Thank you. I'll start with a few questions. So a few things. Just want to clarify we may have philosophical ideas, but in terms of legal obligations and density and the site plan, do we have any obligations to enable a certain level of density or to sort of choose between one of these layouts? Or could we say, actually, we would like to see a different layout? And if we have an option for a different layout, does that have to be done now, or could we wait and see what comes back at step 7 to make that call?
To the chair, if I don't answer your question to your satisfaction, let me know. I'll try again. But so first off, this application is a development application by the applicant, and it is their application. Ultimately, they are able to bring forward whatever application that they would like. Staff certainly, we're working together. We would like to come to a plan that staff is supportive of and aligns with policies and regulations, but it is their plan and they can bring forward their application. But on the flip side, council has full discretion to approve or to reject any application that comes forward. And as part of the process that we're going through, council has discretion to say we would be more supportive of this or that, or to give direction to provide the applicant with an indication of what you would be likely to support or not support. And we do not have an obligation to support any given level of density on the property. It is within the discretion of council to approve or reject at whatever density. Aside from it can't be zoned park across the property or something like that.
If I could just add to what Matt said, what we do have is the OCP that has pretty specific policies when it comes to neighborhood planning. So from a staff perspective, we follow that to come to council and present whether it meets the policy or not.
Okay, thank you. And then the conservation framework, is this another applicant proposal, or is this something that staff has asked for?
The conservation framework does align with one of our sub-area planning policies, the idea of a conservation subdivision design. It's a planning concept where looking at a piece of property, it's best to identify limitations like in environmental areas, steep slopes, and then to identify nodes that are appropriate for development around that. And so the applicant has followed a process to come up with the conservation framework that aligns with those policy intents. So I think it is something that they have, that terminology is the terminology that they have proposed. But I think it is in alignment with OCP policy.
Okay, thank you. And then in a similar vein, there's been comments about fragmentation and wetland functionality. And in the report, it talks about bioinventory and riparian setbacks, but they aren't quite the same thing. And so I'm wondering if or when we get an understanding of fragmentation impacts and what those look like and functioning of whole wetlands. We've heard that some of the existing Crumpit and Cherry Drive developments have had significant impacts on the wetland functioning and so on. So I'm just wondering how or when we understand that and the compatibility of that with some of these proposals.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to actually pull in two of my experts here because I think Leslie maybe can speak to the bioinventory, but I also think we're talking a little bit about the hydrogeology study. So maybe I can ask David to speak to that just briefly as well after Leslie.
Yeah, so to the chair, we are anticipating in these next 4 steps that we'll get a higher level of information that will detail the functionality of those ecosystem values that are outside of the riparian area. Perhaps my colleague can speak to them with the geotechnical study. So we are anticipating more information on that in subsequent steps, as Matt outlined in his presentation.
Through the chair, with respect to hydrogeology impacts on the watershed in general, the district has worked with a qualified professional and we developed a terms of reference to complete a review of the watershed. So that includes groundwater as well as rainwater and surface water in order to evaluate impacts on Little Squamish Creek and water courses on site as well as downstream. So there is work currently underway, including groundwater monitoring and flow monitoring in water courses. And there's extensive work ahead as well as review by the district and community organizations in order to ensure that that impacts on watershed health are mitigated through the integrated stormwater management plan that the proponent will be creating and will need to be finalized prior to any rezoning of the land.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at the time. We've got 4 minutes left from what's on our agenda. I think there's 1 or 2 questions left and people have comments. So I will maybe go around the table, finish off with myself. So if you have any final questions and comments, and I'll leave it up to you. We're already on a 45-minute dinner. If you'd like a shorter dinner, then take a long time on your comments and questions. If you would prefer a longer one, be brief. So I'll put it to Councillor Race.
Is this for both comments and questions? My question was, oops, now I've lost it. Conservation framework and what you just said, that, you know, you approach a piece of land and you look at the conservation values, and then you see what's left for possible development. And so as I look at this plan, there's concentrated areas in the center and the west, or in the east rather. But when you get out to the west, you know, there's these long roads and they're dead end roads in effect. And in some respects, people might say that's maybe not desirable, although I live at the end one myself. But I just wonder if that's a bit of a product of this approach, and is it avoidable? You know, you loop things or whatever, and there's terrain, but when you have this, you know, you sort of separate out the land that shouldn't be developed first, and I can certainly understand that. Does that almost dictate that kind of a layout?
Through the chair. Yes, but I would add 1 additional consideration into that, and it is certainly a function of the approach and the land. So the topography that is being considered. And so, you know, there are some pieces of land that may lend themselves, or some parts of land that may lend themselves to roads that connect through to other areas and thus could support services and transit, and some that don't. And so I think it's both. It's the nature of the approach and the nature of land in question.
Thank you. So I'll go to comments, and I'll just touch on these. I just made some notes and they're in no particular order. One of them is, I think, from my perspective, one of the benefits of developing this site generally is it opens up or increases the possibility of connecting to Loggers Lane. And I think that is a very desirable thing. And so for that reason alone, I think we want to see this land in some form develop. I think that will just make things a lot easier for people in Ballycliffe, and also provide more alternatives to using the highway. The 200-meter level, personally, I'm prepared to be flexible for small amounts. I think we do have to recognize the challenges of some of our terrain, and I don't want to sterilize too much land. There are increased costs to development. Certainly, generally, those will be paid by the developer for extra pumping and infrastructure that's required. The natural areas in the park, I think as far as ownership goes, you know, in Garibaldi Springs, I think they all ended up with the district, and some of them were further covenanted. And I'm sort of thinking the same way here, that that's the appropriate thing to do. At the very least, well, the park certainly would be dedicated to the district, and the conservation areas, and I guess these are still subject to study. To me, if they're going to remain with the developer, then I would want them covenanted to be conservation areas, because I don't look at this as just one stage of a planning process. I look at this study as dealing with all of the development possibilities for this area of land. And so the developer, I would think, would want to rid themselves, typically they do, but maybe there's exceptions, that want to rid themselves of lands that exceeds their needs. So if it's not going to be dedicated to the district as some form of park, then at the very least, I think we want a no further development covenant on it, so that it is clear what our intentions are with respect to the balance of the lands. Preferred areas to develop, I agree that the center area in the east area look like preferred areas to develop. And the east area, the only covenant I have is with respect to the rockfall hazard area. That does concern me, notwithstanding gentleman's statement that it was stable today. That, of course, can change very quickly. And so I think there's considerations around that we have to be careful of in our planning for that end of that little loop. Looks like that's the part that's covered. That looked like, when I look at the Squamish Nation lands to the east, it looked like the only way you could practically get to the Squamish Nation lands, and maybe I'm wrong, but if there is a corridor to the lands to the east, I think we also want to think about that and where that might go. And I have no idea what the nation's plans are for that land, but you'd have to think that eventually they would want to develop it. It is, I think, within our growth management boundary and available for development. And I think that's my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Herford and then across to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Earlier, I was my line of questioning is around the 5-minute, 10-minute walk, and I think that really what I was getting at is I've heard from residents of Valleycliff that they have challenges with their even strong cyclists with their active transportation network and the hill into Valleycliff, which is a molehill compared to what we're contemplating here. So this in the recommendation, there's talk around street design, and I was curious if we have policy in our active transportation around maximum grades for active transportation, as the concepts we've been presented show separated bike paths and that sort of thing. So if the road can go at a 12% grade, are we targeting less than 10 or some other benchmark for the active transportation, which would necessitate, I don't know, an extra switchback here or there, or something else, slightly different alignment for the active transportation piece? Because I'm challenged with running them parallel. So that's not clear to me that that's captured in your second point in the motion. And could you speak to that, if there's any policy to support this line of thought, or if this is just me?
So our subdivision and development control bylaw, and I'm going to let engineering jump in if I'm off, but I believe the subdivision development control bylaw has a limit of 12% and does not speak to a different grade for cycling, but it does reference MMCD, and MMCD, to my knowledge, has a 8% grade. This is from talking with my wife. I don't. I believe that is what it includes is the target grade for cycling, which is less than 12%, because 12% is quite challenging to cycle up. So there's a reference, but it isn't something that, my knowledge, is something that we would restrict a road design for. And it often makes sense to put the trails along the road for the simplicity of building the infrastructure. But there is a gap, there's a challenge in creating that road network, because if you put the trail alongside a 12% road, you have a very challenging bike path. So yes, that is a challenge. We don't have it written into our subdivision development control bylaw, though, to my knowledge, around bike paths.
Mr. Valniscus?
Thank you. Just to add, I know that our engineering department does review active transportation pathways and look for things in a steeper context, look for things like, rest areas, essentially where you can pedal for a bit on a flat surface before you start climbing again. So it may not be explicitly captured, but I'm sure it's something that we will be looking at once we have that level of detail.
Thank you. Thank you. That's helpful and gives me some comfort with this. Throughout our conversation today, I've heard a few different things around sort of, I guess, just terminology around density, compact development, footprint, sprawl reduction, development nodes, and these things all sort of interact, but to me aren't as clearly defined. When I look at the size of this property and what's proposed and the different options, I can see in the Central Valley that could be considered compact. The overall density of the site, like all these things start to get quite convoluted to me as the nodes are quite sprawling by nature. So, and I think when it comes back, having that sort of better defined, because I feel that there's a hole there. Could you speak to that aspect where the nodes can be quite dense, but they seem quite far apart? So how does staff sort of reconcile these different pieces?
Yeah, through the chair, I think one of the, first off, I will say there will be a lot of gray, as you have identified, in the interpretation and some subjectivity in the interpretation of the policies and applying them. But I think some of the principles that we would use if we're looking to, over the development, support alternative transportation, I think the idea would be to have nodes that are compact that can be serviced by alternatives to single occupant vehicles. So areas that can support transit and have walkable services within reach of transit stops is really well aligned with that set of policies. I think when we get to nodes that can't be serviced by transit, are difficult to bike to because of length or grade, I think that's where we get further away in the gradient of compact and walkable design neighborhoods. And so that is where some of these questions are coming up. But I think what I'm hearing you say is you'd like some metrics to apply and to analyze, and that is something we can certainly do coming back.
And my final bit is in the proposed motion, the eastern slopes is highlighted, and as Councillor Race suggested, there's that slope rockfall hazard there, which I know that in other areas there's been different mitigation pieces put in place for that. This motion here, in principle, sort of assumes that could be mitigated to support that. So that's still in play here. We're not ignoring that, setting that potential risk aside in any way with the endorsement of this this motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair. Certainly, any safety considerations would trump any resolutions that council made about supporting a particular area, and so. Yeah, consideration of those nodes identify areas where there's development, as the project team highlighted. If further consideration of those development nodes identified risks associated with a hazard, there would be a work to shift and move how they were laid out to address that issue.
Thank you. So in general, I support lots of pieces of this, but it does feel, I think, a little more, we need more detail in other areas than the area that we're getting. So I don't think that all the pieces are moving sort of together. So I do agree that there's some sort of catch up to be had here as far as more information and more and peer review and more widely shared in the various pieces. I do think some that connection to potential connection to Loggers East is great. It's been a long time coming. I'm having a hard time without those other pieces really assessing the trade-offs associated with achieving that, as it has been something that has been aspirational for quite some time. And I do think that some more attention to the access to lands to the east, and maybe that has been done, it just hasn't been highlighted, I think could be of great value, given that in the not so distant future, or even in the distant future, those lands are going to there'd be some development happening there. So this would be the time to sort of best position that next step, as I feel this step wasn't maybe as best positioned as it could have been in earlier developments and of the area in general. So I'll just leave those comments there, and maybe that's something that can be highlighted when this comes back to us next. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just highlight for council on page 65 of our agenda, there's an alternative resolution, which is to put this back to staff, considering our comments, which from my perspective is somewhat sometimes what we do with this sort of large proposal with lots of feedback and information. So just so people know as you're thinking and making your comments, there's that option. So I will go to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. First, I hope that we can address in a fulsome manner in the multimodal transportation plan work upcoming the collector road connecting to Finch. I think that it is inevitable that the district must take leadership in this. We'll have latecomers later, but I think that we need to figure out how we can find the resources and muster ourselves to address that plan. Secondly, regarding the Little Squamish and concerns that have been raised by the Squamish River Watershed Society and others, I wait with anticipation to the site bioinventory and the hydrogeological work that will come forward to us. However, from my perspective, I understand the theory and the research behind the concerns, environmental risks and mitigation they put forward. But from my perspective, the Little Squamish, in terms of fish counts and health indicators, has been in steady improvement for the last 2 decades. And I hope it'll stay that way. My immediate 2 concerns are the proposed apartment block above the Little Squamish on that eastern slope. In our experience in this community, apartment blocks and riparian zones don't work together. Neither at the Little Squamish, with the experience we have with Westaway Village, formerly South Park Apartments, long time to recover from that. And at Wilson Crescent and McNamee Place. I'm very concerned about that, and I would want to be convinced that that is a good location for that type of high-density development above that stretch of the stream. The other concern I have has been expressed by the Squamish River Watershed Society, and that is trail building. I'm not prepared to accept a recommendation from another group of no net loss of trails. Maybe we have too many here. And I'm very concerned, based on experience in this watershed, along this riparian zone, about the impact of trails, and I think this should be a focus of concern. Thirdly, and this is a general observation, and I'll cite from the OCP regarding jobs to housing targets, develop and incorporate a jobs to housing density target ratio as development criteria in future sub-area plans. Well, I think that we have to realize that not all complete community solutions can be implemented at a neighborhood level. And if we try too hard, there may be unintended consequences for the commercial developments that we may propose and their viability or impacts, and also for in the situation of affordable rental housing in such a relatively isolated location. I think we always need to be careful about how far we can go in terms of complete community at the neighborhood level. Fourthly, there's an aspect that has not been factored into our evaluation of the various options, and I'll call it the circular economy lens. It did come up at the public information meeting quite a bit, but I didn't see it recorded in the report. Ground-oriented buildings tend to be local trades and local supply chain. Larger multi-story buildings are out-of-town people and out-of-town supply chains. Our construction industry has a very big economic development impact or footprint, if you like. And I think that in future, as we build this circular economy concept in Squamish, that we should evaluate what is the outcomes for our local construction industry and the construction industry benefits as to the development options we choose and how we evaluate them. Fifth and last, I'm happy to hear that there may be some flexibility in evaluating the 200-meter level condition. There are, after all, trade-offs in everywhere, including waterfront developments downtown. Major trade-offs happen down there too. So we're always living with trade-offs and how to evaluate them. I look forward to looking at some options like strata piping has been mentioned by staff, but maybe also strata lift systems. These are used in mountainous countries in Europe, also used in West Vancouver, and we happen to have some local expertise in the design and delivery of lift systems. Maybe this can address the steep roadways into small pockets at that higher level that is referenced in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor French and then Councillor Stoner.
Thanks, Chair. I'd first like to thank the development team for sharing the information that was shared today. It was valuable and appreciated. And I know this area well. I spent many hours in the 1990s, mostly on my mountain bike in this area. So I have a good appreciation for just how challenging this site is for future development. So I'm going to start with the 200 meters. And pages 19 and 20 of the staff report have got the marked out areas. So all of Cougar Ridge is above that 200-meter mark. And then there's two other places where there's fairly significant development above that 200-meter mark. And I don't feel that that 200 meters is arbitrary. You just need to look at the top of Thunderbird Ridge and Perth Drive during a snowstorm in January. And there can be quite a difference in what's going on with Thunderbird, the top of Thunderbird having a fair amount more snow than what we're seeing at the bottom of Thunderbird Ridge where it meets Perth. And that has significant impacts on things like our snow removal and our garbage contractor, recycling, GFL, getting up and down those higher elevation slopes. And then combined with that is the grades of the roads for this neighborhood. So I think that information around ultimately what kind of grading we're going to have is key information in figuring out how best to develop this property. To my untrained eye, this doesn't look like it's compact to me. The western part, if we go with what I see here, it's going to be very vehicle oriented. And a significant amount of it is going to be up in that 185 to 200 meter range, and lots of long roads through undeveloped areas to get to development at the end of cul-de-sacs. I totally Councillor Anderson's comments about apartment buildings and impacts potentially on Little Squamish really resonated with me. I really believe that that technical information that we're awaiting is going to be really important in helping guide whether or not it's going to work to have apartment buildings in that area on the bench up above Little Squamish Creek. Those are my thoughts at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner, and then Mayor Elliott.
Thank you. I'll start with the last question that I had, which was, so this isn't rezoning, it's a neighborhood planning process. And the other ones that we've gone through, it's not just about mapping out where development might happen. There's a whole bunch of policies that come hand in hand with that in order to guide future rezonings. And I'm just curious where we're at in that process, if that's expected in this sort of developer-led neighborhood plan, or because I also feel like that's a big piece of the detail that I'm missing here. And so I'm just curious where that falls.
Through the chair, yes, indeed. And in fact, the probably the other neighborhood planning processes that you're mentioning, such as Garibaldi Springs, again, were development applications. And so it is anticipated that there will be further discussion around policies that would be relevant to how the land use occurs. And but I think one of the primary pieces here to begin with is understanding what might occur, which will then lead to a set of considerations around policies that would be necessary to accompany that. So we're still in I think there have been a bunch of questions around what we would see on the landscape. Those will then drive further discussion around policies that are relevant.
Yeah, fair enough. There's a bit of a chicken and egg there, so that's helpful. My other question was just in terms of the staff recommendation and the alternate recommendation. To me, there are a number of the points that are kind of follow-up considerations that could greatly change kind of the footprint of the development. In particular, I'm thinking of the 200-meter, both in elevation and in terms of road distances, as well as the site bioinventory. And so I guess I'm just curious if staff really feel like we can move ahead with identifying a preferred site in step 7 without having that knowledge, like that, the answers to those other bullet points?
Through the chair, those are foundational questions to answer before development of a preferred neighborhood plan. And I think that in those moving forward statements, there was an effort to try and raise that we had questions that needed to be answered first. But from a staff perspective, we are comfortable with the concept of answering those questions first and then integrating them into a preferred neighborhood plan. But it would be council's discretion as to whether or not they are comfortable providing that leeway, or if there is a desire to see the application and design options prior to moving to a preferred neighborhood plan.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. For me, generally, I think that there are still too many outstanding questions to try and move forward to step 7 at this point. In particular, the site bioinventory, the habitat connectivity piece to me is really critical. So I appreciate all the work that's been done to date in terms of the research and gathering the information. But I see a lot of environmentally sensitive areas that are highlighted, and then a lot of roads and development that create kind of fragmentation of the landscape. And to me, that doesn't quite jive with the policy that we have in place. The other components that I think are really missing for me is a better understanding of the road network, in particular the lengths and the slopes provided, as my council colleagues have stated. This is really critical for designing a complete compact neighborhood that is walkable. But also there's a real potential risk of cost to future taxpayers as we extend those road networks beyond that kind of 200-meter mark, both elevation-wise and distance. The annual cost of operations and maintenance of the pipes that go under the road and the road itself, I think, is something that we need to be considerate of, and that's why we have that policy in place. And as I mentioned, it was challenging to see on the diagrams that were already provided exactly how far and how steep those roads were going to be. And then in terms of the diversity of housing forms and the units potential density provided, I'm still really challenged with the numbers that are provided in all 3 options, if I'm honest. It's not clear to me what we're talking about in terms of small lots and what that actually looks like, where the duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes fall. And the framing that has been put forward in terms of losing 40 affordable units over here if we trade off with this element over there. I understand there's always a trade-off, but I feel like the starting point of 1,400 units is feels like a lot given the development area that we're looking at. And so if a motion is to be put on the floor, I will probably be putting forward the staff alternate recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott.
I just had one quick question. On the Chikai Fan development, I think it's sitting at 3rd reading, we have a bullet point there that we're working out a way to fund the mitigation structure, its reserve. Is that correct?
That's correct. The funding of maintenance is part of we need to figure that out before adoption. So we don't need to implement it, but we need to have a plan.
All right. So I think a lot of thoughtful work has gone into the presentation today, and I think the bullet points in the staff recommendation show to me that staff are on top of the outstanding issues and are really clear about where they need more clarity as that step 7 plan develops. I think the conservation framework was a really good starting point for this, and I think the applicant started in the right place, and I think it shows an evolution of our thinking around trying to understand the natural assets and what community values before figuring out where homes might go. I guess as the site bioinventory becomes available, I'd really like, as Councillor Anderson said, if there's no net loss of trails, it doesn't mean that all the trails have to stay in this area. They might have to go somewhere else, because I believe there's actually places in this framework where humans just being on the trails and in the area have actually created damage. And so to me, I think there is room to look at a Garibaldi Springs approach and that P4 designation, which is we're just going to set this aside for nature and wildlife, and we're going to focus people's activity somewhere else. So I actually think that while I hear lots of feedback from the community around how important the trails are, I think we also have to think about where we may have done damage that we can now back away from and put the humans in a different place. I would have actually liked to have seen different scenarios. So I realize all three scenarios use the same nodes, just different forms of housing across them. But I would have actually liked to see, given the feedback that staff, given the proponent about the challenges of being above 200 meters, what it would have looked like to just have more density in that sort of Central Valley, Eastern Slopes area, and limited the extension to the west. So I'm actually, I would love to. I would have loved to have seen that at this stage because it would have, I think, helped change our thinking around step 7. I think as we move forward, we always have trade-offs. Council knows that, and amongst all of our policies in the OCP, and we might not be able to achieve it all in this, but I really like the intent of trying to figure out what is the commercial and retail space that makes this a walkable neighborhood. I think childcare will be a fundamental part of this somewhere, but we may not achieve everything. And I would like to see some focus on not just affordable housing, but more attainable housing. So there was some numbers in there that local real estate agents have provided around a 3,000 square foot family home would be 2.2 million. In a recent trip to Calgary, I was able to walk through a neighborhood that had smaller single family homes, and so starter homes. And so I'd like to see attainability of housing through that form. So small lot, single family, but also limiting the size of those homes so that there's not everyone can just enter the market at 2.2 million if they want that single family home. And so we have to be cognizant of the fact that while we're trying to create affordable housing, we're also trying to create more attainable forms of market housing. I think there are significant cumulative impacts for moving above 200 meters. So I do think we have to be careful. And it's part of the reason I asked Mr. Valniskis about what we were trying to figure out at third reading for the Chikai Fen development, is that if there's going to be extra infrastructure costs, so yes, the developer pays for pump station and pipes and roads, and then they're done. And now we are grappling with an asset management plan that is intimidating. Because you have to set aside the reserves, and that takes tax dollars every year to set aside the reserves to pay for that infrastructure. So if we're going to blow out of the water our 200-meter limit, I think we then need to think about, well, if these neighborhoods want to go over 200 meters, then they pay for the privilege of doing that. Those taxpayers get to foot more of the bill for their expensive infrastructure. And that will compromise housing attainability and affordability. But I'm not sure that it's up to the rest of the district to pay for expensive infrastructure somewhere else. Just because other communities have gone above 200 meters or 300 meters doesn't mean they don't regret it. And they certainly can't back away from it, or that it's a good idea for Squamish. We already sprawl north-south across a great distance. And so I just think we have to be careful because it impacts firefighting, it impacts road maintenance in all seasons. And then, as Mr. Ralston said, you've got to pump everything up, which takes energy, and slow everything coming back down. So that's why I said I would have loved to have seen another option at this stage that just showed us what it would look like to maybe limit that extension to the west and focus more on the eastern side of this parcel. And I think over 200 meters really starts to get us to that car-dependent community The one thing that didn't really come through strongly at this point that I'd love to see in step 7 is that real climate lens put across this development. I know some of that language is in here already, but it would be really nice to see that come through in a stronger way so that we understand how this is in alignment with our community climate action plan. But I certainly think staff are on top of this and can see a way forward to get us to the next step.
Thank you. For my own comments, in no particular order, I don't have yet a good understanding of what an appropriate number of units is. So I'll just start there. When I look at the commercial space, it seems really resident service oriented. And when we're thinking about walkability and compact complete, I want to know where's the employment. And this doesn't seem like it's employment or substantial employment for the residents there, which means a lot of people are going to have to commute by some means somewhere else. And so for me, there's a giant gap in terms of employment. And I am personally open to considering commercial light industrial uses even, but I'm looking for something that actually makes this a complete community. In terms of the walkability and reading the report, it talks about, you know, 5-minute walk to a service or transit stop. And I know there's different standards and so on, but usually from what I read, it's a 5-minute walk to 80% of what you need. And so not to a 5-minute walk to transit to then go somewhere else. And when I look at these cul-de-sacs, and I think about, you know, a hill makes a short distance much longer. I don't think we've hit the walkability mark, and I'm worried about the impact of the cul-de-sacs on transit and so on. The 200-meter is maybe one way to constrain this, but it's not hitting the mark in terms of compact, complete walkable for me yet. I feel like there's big gaps in terms of understanding the fragmentation, and as we get into natural asset inventory, the functioning and importance of the wetland as a whole. And I don't think our riparian setbacks cover that. And so I'm really interested to see, before knowing, hey, do we need actually a different layout or this layout could work? I want to see that information to understand the fragmentation, the impacts of those roads, the impact of that distance, and the proximity of whether it's apartments or single family to those wetlands. Given what we've seen with the past developments, is there some way we can do it differently and have it as close, or do we actually need to set it back further? So that's a piece I need to know. It was really interesting reading the feedback from people. It's actually heartening to see a fair amount of support for density, but there was still a greater support for single family. But then when you drill into the numbers of what median incomes were and what people with median incomes were willing to pay, you know, they're at like an eighth or a quarter of what the homes they say they want would go for. And so there's a giant disconnect between what people say they want and what they can actually afford. And I'm not sure that it's our job as a district to bridge that gap. With something like this, I'm somewhat hopeful the proponent can bring to the community something where the density needs line up to the affordability needs, and so that we don't end up, you know, building a few affordable apartment buildings and then a bunch of really expensive $3 million homes for wealthy people that take up a lot of the, relatively speaking, land. And so I think addressing that somehow, and maybe there's a housing authority discussion in there. I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think that's a gap. We just heard from Fortis that their existing transmission pipeline is kind of a one in the, it's the only example in BC in terms of that pressure right next to dense populations. And what's proposed is a 6-fold increase in the volume. And I am not at all convinced, as Fortis is, that this is safe or makes sense. So I guess my own personal advice to the proponent is keep that pipeline away from your density, because I'm not comfortable with that. That probably means keeping it away from your roads, and don't make Fortis's environmental concerns your concern. Let them deal with the environmental impacts and that fight. Don't make that your battle. For me, I'm just at this point not comfortable having that pipeline anywhere near people. So I guess where I would leave it is you know, I think there is a lot of potential here, and I'm just not sure about how it fits in. And so I have unanswered questions. I'm really looking to see those bioinventory studies. I'm hoping we see information about fragmentation and what that means and what that looks like. And, how we could have maybe 1,800 units does make sense. And we know there's demand for units, demand for housing. So if there's a way we could make that happen, I'd love to see it, but it's just not clear to me how all these pieces fit together. So I guess with that, I am at the point where I would prefer to send this back to staff and have them take that feedback and come back with, sort of answer some of these, pull some of these things together so we can understand it as a whole. So I see Councillor Stoner.
I was going to propose a motion. And I was going to propose actually the staff recommendation and support progress to preparation of a preferred neighborhood plan as part of step 7, but remove the 5th bullet point that says support in principle the residential and commercial land uses proposed in option C. And if that's second, but keep all the other bullet points. And if that's seconded, I'll speak to it.
I actually don't understand the motion and why you'd eliminate that bullet point.
Because personally, I don't think I'm able to support option C in principle without a further understanding of all the other components that have been provided in terms of following considerations by staff. And so I don't want to presuppose that direction in option C without that further information that staff can consider.
Oh, Councillor Race seconds. Councillor Stoner, would you like to speak to your motion? Then I'll go to Councillor Race.
Yeah, just to elaborate a little bit further, as I mentioned in my previous comments, I do have ongoing concerns, but all of them have been outlined here in the following steps by staff. I've removed the 5th bullet point, as I just mentioned, because I'm still not sure if I actually support in principle the residential or commercial uses outlined in option C. I think that there are too many outstanding questions in terms of if we do need to remove some of the density on the western side, how that impacts the viability of the project and how that might change the densification or the land uses in the Central Valley and the eastern slope. So I want to maintain a little bit of flexibility there for staff to continue to pursue the policies outlined in the OCP that we've given direction for, and not necessarily limit our thinking here in the support in principle for option C in those two areas.
Okay, Councillor Race.
Thank you. Also supporting it for much the same reason. Took me a second to catch up to Councillor Stoner's thinking on that, though. But I do think that the thing that is outstanding is based on some of the feedback from some of the public, some of the comments today, is that some of the things that are sort of part of this that may not get to the end are in the West. And so, like other comments, I think I'm looking forward to this coming back with perhaps maybe a little bit of a rewrite. I mean, as it stands today, if it was just about the central and eastern portion, I'd be fine with that. But if we're going to start rearranging things out in the western side, then to me, that would also possibly dictate rearranging things in the center and the east. And so to that extent, there is that uncertainty with those two areas as well. I wouldn't want to just eliminate part of this thing. I think there's not only a commercial viability, but there's also, if we do really want to have a neighborhood hub, it takes some critical mass to do that. Otherwise, these commercial uses that we might like to see there can be kind of isolated with not enough people to support them. It's going to be certainly a few years before that road is extended into Loggers Lane, probably. And until there is a through road with through traffic, we'll be relying, or those commercial areas will be relying on that neighborhood. So I think there is possibly a rethink on those areas and the general rearrangement or the general arrangement of proposed residential. And so when that comes back, then I think we'll have another look at it. But until then, happy to send it back to staff.
Mayor Elliott.
I'm not going to support the motion. I think the words in principle reflect the fact that there is flexibility built into that bullet point, that staff wouldn't keep continuing to recommend something that started to not make sense. But if you look at the plan as a whole, that Central Valley and Eastern Slopes is the most viable place and most walkable place in its connection to the rest of Valley Cliff. And so it makes no sense to me to take that out. I think that taking it out actually encourages the potential for development on the western part. I think centralizing it in the Central Valley and Eastern Slopes makes sense, and our very smart and thoughtful staff would never bring something forward that's not supportable as the neighborhood plan develops. So I think it's important to have bullet 5 in there. I think it still provides us with the flexibility to make changes as the site bioinventory changes and as changes might be made to the nodes in the western portion of the lot. So I think this bullet actually completes the picture and shows the applicant and our staff that, yes, this is the place where it actually makes sense to have higher density. So let's keep it there. And taking into the comments or taking into consideration the comments that were heard today about its proximity to the Little Squamish River, all those sorts of things. I absolutely expect staff to do that and bring us back a sensible plan. So I don't think it's a good idea to take that bullet out.
Okay, and I will also not be supporting this. I think for me, it does help to have item 5 removed, but the piece on the gas pipeline, it doesn't recommend that it go under the road, but it sort of does indicate an openness to the idea. And for me, with the information we have, it just doesn't make any sense. And so I would prefer not to have that there. Also, the last bullet directs staff to ensure secured public access to the depicted existing or rerouted trails. And I think, as I've heard some of the discussion today, and for me personally, I think we do have to understand the impact of those trails. And just as we have to think about where the development should or shouldn't go, I think the same does apply for the trails. And so I don't want to endorse those specific trails at this point. I don't have the information to make that call yet. And so on the whole, I think it's better I would prefer the staff alternate recommendation. Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I also will not be supporting the motion, and primarily because I think pulling bullet point number 5 is not productive for where we're currently at. Thanks.
Councillor Anderson.
I will be supporting the motion. I had also flagged the same bullet point for similar reasons. I don't think I think we should leave in, for the time being, the western rise, leave mention to it. First of all, there are pluses and minuses and uncertainties in focusing density in such a terrain with diverse constraints. I don't think the picture is clear about the impacts of that. And I've already referred to the apartment block on the eastern slope. I think that I would like to see staff continue a flexible approach and all of us pursue further evaluation with respect to the western rise and what it means to the whole thing. Chair, I'd also like to pass a comment on the immediately preceding bullet, and this concerns the gas pipeline within a road right-of-way and access for maintenance. We have earlier today received a presentation from FortisBC and who referred and introduced us to a CSA Z663 guideline for land use planning around pipelines and right-of-ways. And I hope, is my comment, I hope there can be some creative solution here, because we don't want to see impacts on riparian zones, which may be one outcome of not finding a resolution to this, but perhaps there are some design solutions that might be accommodated and indicated within those, in a closer evaluation of those guidelines at CSA Z666. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an appropriate number. But I think it's 663. I'll go to Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. I think speaking to the removed bullet, I think that with the information that's been presented so far, that could be supportable, but there is a void that I think needs to be filled. And in this planning process, as with many, there's a chicken and an egg piece. So with the information we have today, that Central Valley seems to be the most appealing, but we do have outstanding issues around the headwaters of the Little Squamish and so on. So I think it is. I think the comments today from nearly everybody, based on the information we have today, generally support that. Seems like the right area, but we need confirmation of that through these missing pieces. So I'm comfortable with the exclusion at this point, being not a complete removal of some support, but there's a lot of missing pieces. So I think this is the appropriate level. I think staff did a great job of addressing the issues, as the proponent did has done an admirable job so far in advancing and highlighting the site constraints and possible solutions to overcome those constraints. I do have concerns around as Councillor Anderson mentioned earlier, I believe it was the apartment block, which is proposed to be affordable housing, but regardless of who lives there, that apartment block in that space is very adjacent to a riparian area, although it's separated with some elevation, which might help. But it's also quite isolated, and the approach, it's a strange little corner, and I question that use, although that's highlighted in some of the reports around those challenges as well. But that one I find particularly challenging. So I look forward to the next steps here and see where, as some of these outstanding questions get addressed, where that leads the planning process. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? So Councillor French, Mayor Elliott, and Councillor Pettingill opposed. Motion carries. I just want to ask, because there's been a lot of discussion, we sort of ended up partway between the recommendation and the alternate. Is staff clear? Is there any more feedback? Because we're not sort of asked in this to give sort of, here's the summary. No, I know. So we're okay. Good. Okay, thank you. I don't think we have time to get into the last item on the committee of the whole right now. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we can be really quick. I think everyone's read the report. Oh, we didn't have much of a report for this one. Did we? Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay, are we ready? Okay, I will turn it over to Mr. Rawlings, our Manager of Bylaw Enforcement and Animal Control, for a report on collection services.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Frank Rawlings, and I'm the manager of bylaw enforcement and animal control. I'm joined here today by Rianne Sousa, Director of Financial Operations. For information purposes. Presently, the district issues tickets for bylaw infractions and performs collections internally for outstanding accounts receivable. The bylaw department's approach to collections is voluntary compliance. When voluntary compliance is not achieved, the accounts receivable remains unpaid. The district has a number of uncollectible or past due bylaw infraction tickets. The Bylaw Notice Enforcement Act limits the district to actioning collection for a maximum of 2 years. The district has 136,000 of outstanding tickets for a period of June 2020 to May 2022. To address the bylaw infractions not paid through voluntary compliance, staff intends to move forward with contracting the collection agency General Credit Services. General Credit Services was the top proponent through a request for proposals process, which included evaluations of bids being conducted by a panel with predetermined weighted criteria. General Credit Services fee structure is that delivers collection services on a no collect, no fee basis, meaning that it only charges fees against the dollars it successfully recovers. The commission rate to be applied to the dollars recovered on behalf of the district is 10.5% plus applicable taxes. Prior to escalating unpaid accounts to General Credit Services for collection, the district will continue to perform its internal collection process, which is focused on voluntary compliance. If a bylaw infraction ticket is not paid within 30 days, it will be escalated to General Credit Services for collection. Implementation is scheduled for January 2023. If it's council's wish, we can implement before January 2023. Thank you for your time, and I will now turn this over to council for discussion and questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I apologize for putting pressure on you, and I felt it was important to let the last discussion go late, but I let it go really late, and so I take the blame for that. Any questions, Councillor Herford?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and the amount outstanding is it's interesting. I hadn't considered that, so that's great that we could maybe take some steps to collect that. I was curious about sort of the going forward, having that 30 days go to collection versus something that's, and maybe this is reflects our current policy, but perhaps 30 days and then it's more for 60 days, and then 30 days just seems short to end up at something that's a bit more aggressive than maybe we intend. Is that something that's contained in our policy somewhere that dictates that that timeline, or do we have some discretion in that area?
We have discretion, but that's under the Bylaw Notice Enforcement Act, the 30 days. So after that 30 days, that's when we're able to move forward with collections.
Yeah, thank you. To me, that's when we could, but it feels like 30 days we should maybe send a reminder or a second request, and then 60 or 90 days go to collection. But yeah, I'll leave that. Are there any thoughts with that? Because the 30 days would be the minimum when we could, but we have discretion above that. Any thoughts there?
Through the chair, after the 14 days, you can't dispute the ticket anymore. Then a letter is sent to the offender. And then as we get closer to the 30-day mark, another letter is sent to the person who received the ticket, advising them that if it's not paid after the 30-day period, that it would go to collections. So that would be their second notification.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. The staff report mentions that we'd add a 10% premium, but the collection service agency charges 10.5 plus applicable taxes. So I'm just curious if that premium is intended to cover the cost of the collection agency or if that's just a stated premium that we usually add.
Through the chair, I believe that's so when a ticket's issued, they have 14 days to dispute it. After the 14 days, there's a late fee that's added. And then towards the end, there's another late fee that's added. So there would be 2 late fees. So that's probably that 10%.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. The Act limits the district to actioning collection for a maximum of 2 years. So this means that after 2 years, the fine isn't paid. There's nothing the district can do to collect that fine. Am I correct with that?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct. Under the Limitation Act, after 2 years, we can't collect.
So anything that we currently have that's older than 2 years is lost revenue forever.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Mayor Elliott.
Move the staff recommendation to receive.
Okay, Councillor Ray seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, a called question. Anyone opposed? Seeing no opposition, motion carries. Thank you. So motion to terminate these. Councillor Stoner, second by Mayor Elliott. Any discussion? No, no one opposed, and we're done. See you back at 6.